Chapter 141. Lu Xiaoyi was even more embarrassed. He had already deceived his mother with the first question. He could not deceive her with the second question. How many more questions could his mother ask? Yes, someone else's. Lu Yarosha was stunned. Her son's answer was far beyond her expectations. Her countless choices were all unreliable. That's right. That second sister Li was someone else's. She had countless things she wanted to say, countless reasons she wanted to preach, and countless negative examples she could point out. However, after much thought, she could only come up with one sentence. I see. Our family's little Yi is truly different from others. All right, since you like her, let's take her. His mother did not speak again. Lu Xiaoyi did not speak again. In tacit agreement, he slowly pushed his mother back to the farmstead. A few of her personal maidservants surrounded her, wanting to carry her to the bed. This was a scene that happened almost every day. As the wheelchair turned, the old woman fell into a deep sleep amidst the fragrance of the soil. Lu Xiaoyi stopped them. You've prepared for so long. Let's begin. According to the night system, when one's parents died, one had to observe the system for a year. It was not forced. In reality, the higher one's status, the more they had to abide by this ancient law. The commoners did not need to. Lu Xiaoyi built a straw hut in front of his mother's grave. In fact, it was also in front of Aunt Cai's grave. They were buried together. He did not have to use this method to show his filial piety. Filial piety was something he had done in front of his mother. There was no need to do it after her death. The reason why he still did it was because he did not have anything important to do. Firstly, it was to observe the system. Secondly, it was for Aunt Cai. Thirdly, he still needed to stay here for a year to properly arrange the servants in Lu province. This was his mother's wish. He did not want to disappoint her. In addition, he wanted to think about his future here. He did not have much time. He did not have much to squander. There were not many who came to offer condolences, because Lu Xiaoyi did not make a big deal out of it. Only some of the closest servants in the farm were grateful for the old madam's kindness and spontaneously held a low-key and not extravagant funeral. They believed that if the mother knew in the underworld, she would have preferred such a method, and not a group of disloyal people who said beautiful word. The most important part of Lu province's assets, as well as the most difficult part to deal with, was the Lu province itself. It was difficult to find a suitable person to take over this piece of land in the city's wealthy district. The person had to have economic strength, social status, and not care about the decline of Lu province. The nouveau riche didn't want to receive them, the corrupt officials didn't welcome them, and the smelly merchants took a detour. With all these factors, the only result was that no one cared about them. Ping found him and proposed a new idea. Don't sell Lu province. Instead, it was transformed into a private garden in the city. No one would live in it, and it would only receive a small number of private visitors. This was something he had learned in the county. He did not want the manor that he had served for decades to fall into the hands of the common people. Some of the expenses came from his own farm. It will be very difficult to do this. It's not a matter of one generation, but several generations. Even if it's just a slow renovation, the investment will be huge. It's not something that your two farms can support. Ping insisted. If there's a surplus, I'll move a mountain rock. If there's a good harvest, I'll dig a pond. Year after year, when I die, my son will do it, and when my son dies, my grandson will do it. There will be a day when it's done. Lu Xiaoyi was silent. In theory, this was the best way. He was not short of money, so it would be best if he could keep the Lu mansion as a memento. However, doing so would put Ping under great pressure. It was not financial, but after he left, there would be endless covetous eyes from the city's upper class. I have to give it a try. I think that within a few years, with the old madam's grace and the power of Uncle Zhaoya City, nothing will happen. After that, I can only rely on myself. I want to give it a try. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. He was thinking too much. A mansion could not be brought with him when he was born, could not be taken with him when he died. Even if it was not there, what could it mean if it was burned down? In the worst-case scenario, Ping would sell the mansion and fill his own pockets. However, since he did not care about the money, why would he think so much? He believed in the feelings of the old people in Lu province for Lu province. As for how far they could go, how long they could last, and how long they could last, he might not even be alive in this world. What did it have to do with him? So, he took out a pouch. With a wave of his hand, dozens of ingots of gold appeared in front of Ping. He was shocked. Although he had followed the young master for many years and knew about the young master's miraculous abilities, this was the first time he saw it in action. After teaching Ping how to use it, Lu Xiaoyi said, "Since you want to do it, I'll support you. This gold is my investment. However, you must remember that this gold is not for you to use to renovate Lu province. After I leave, you will reveal your wealth and seek death. No one can save you." Ping's personality belonged to the type that was reserved and scheming. He was a bit tenacious. "Young master, Ping understands. I'll just treat it as if I don't have this gold. I'll earn the funds for the construction of the private gardens based on my own ability. The more I earn, the more I repair. The less I earn, the less I repair. I'm like this, and so are my children and grandchildren." Lu Xiaoyi patted his shoulder. "Ping, you must understand that you can't rely on your dreams to persist in life. Even if you can do it, you have no reason to ask your children and grandchildren to do the same. They have never done it in Lu province, so why should they devote their lives to it? If you think this way and ask this way, in 3 generations, Lu province will definitely be sold out by your children and grandchildren." Ping's face turned red, but he did not know how to refute. He knew very well that the young master was not wrong. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Just treat it as a business that your children and grandchildren must not give up. A business that all the ancestors of the past generations have invested in. Not only do we need to be able to earn money, we need to be able to maintain contact with the upper echelons of society and obtain protection. We need to make your descendants feel that keeping the Lu residents will be profitable. This is the long-term plan." Ping was deep in thought. Lu Xiaoyi pointed at the storage bag. "These things are just in case. Every time there's a natural disaster or man-made disaster and there's no way to deal with it, you can open this bag and use it carefully. When there's a surplus, you can make up for it. This way, it can last for 100 years. After 100 years, it'll all become dung. The dynasty might not even exist, let alone a mere Lu province." A year later, when the time limit was up, he did not inform anyone. He tore down the straw hut and left. From then on, everything in Pu City had come to an end. He had nothing to do with it anymore. More than 7 years had passed since the 10-year promise that the foundation establishment Daoist from Zhaoye City mentioned. It was less than 8 years away. If he took into account the distance of Liang country and the difficulty of the journey, he would have to put in another year's time. In other words, he only had a little more than a year's time. If he counted carefully, it would be 15 months. Chapter 142. In 15 months, he could marry a wife and make a baby, he could go to a county to compete for a literary prize, he could run a business and make a lot of money. But for a cultivator, 15 months was not enough. He still set his sights on the Gobi. As he expected, the Red Line Alliance only lasted for a few months before disbanding. It fell apart half a year ago, which led to a large-scale internal strife. No one knew who won or lost. The only thing that was known was that the Gobi became the world of individual cultivators from then on. No one was in charge of an organization anymore. The main reason why they had come to this point was that the red thread worm resources in the center of the Gobi Desert had almost withered, making it unprofitable. Even if they wasted a lot of time and energy, they would not gain much, so it was better to use other methods to obtain resources. There were still cultivators, but they were all at the beginning of the journey of Taoism. For them, the white sandworms were acceptable. The Gobi Desert slowly returned to its usual calmness. Lu Xiaoyi had considered whether or not he should leave the capital and go to the famous mountains to seek inspiration. However, this was not a real world of advanced cultivators. In his few trips, he had mostly seen the mortal world and the mountains and rivers. In terms of spiritual vigor, It was not even as pure as the desolate Gobi Desert. The key was that he did not have much time. He did not have the time to pray for a flash of inspiration while searching. Moreover, such an anxious attitude was not suitable for a journey of Taoism. A real journey of Taoism should be aimless. He should go with the flow and leisurely. He should spend a decade or even a decade to explore the mountains and rivers of this world, not search for something for the sake of it. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi felt that if he really had a lucky chance, it must still be in the Gobi Desert. It could only be here. He began to wander aimlessly in the Gobi Desert. Sometimes, he would find a place where he could feel something and cultivate for a few days. Then, he would continue to wander. Sometimes, he would fight with cultivators he did not like in the Gobi Desert. However, he did not kill them. Low-level cultivators were no challenge to him. Lu Xiaoyi had also encountered several sandstorms, and one of them was a huge sandstorm that only occurred once in a few decades. This made Lu Xiaoyi very excited. He did his best to run, cultivate, comprehend, and shout in the huge sandstorm. He used all kinds of methods, and some nearby cultivators even thought that he had lost his mind from cultivation. However, he didn't care and continued to do as he pleased. However, the result was embarrassing. After tossing and turning, other than drinking a mouthful of yellow sand, he didn't do anything. The ball of spiritual vigor in his dantian remained the same. It did not move in the slightest, nor did it show any signs of impatience. No matter how hard he tried, how he tried to guide it, or how he hinted at it, it simply ignored him. Still water ripples. When you feel that you need time, time will fly by quickly. When you have nothing to do, time will be as slow as a snail. This is the selectivity of time. Under different moods, the flow of time seems to be different. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Lu Xiaoyi returned to the Earthcliff cave that he was most familiar with. He only had 3 months left. In his plan, boarding the flying boat to leave this low-level cultivation world was not his goal, but his last resort. Because before that, he needed to do one thing, and that was to seek justice for his mother and Aunt Cai. If he could successfully build his foundation, even if he couldn't stay in this cultivation world because of the Kingslayer, he would still have the opportunity to board the flying boat and leave. This would be the most perfect result. If he couldn't build his foundation, he would still do it. He had waited for 7 years, and he didn't want to wait until they died of old age. However, he wasn't sure if he could succeed. Once he did it, he couldn't leave this cultivation world. He was afraid that he would be a typical case of breaking the relationship between cultivators and mortals. Then, he would be hunted down by the entire cultivation world. He would definitely die. It didn't matter. He just wanted to accompany his mother and Aunt Cai. He didn't care. The gains and losses of life had never been his first consideration. He didn't know where this bad habit came from. Sitting on the cliff, he didn't want to run around anymore. Where could he run to in 3 months? It was better to go to Zhaoye City earlier and find out the emperor's schedule. It was more practical to arrange activities. Sitting here and looking back on his short life, he had gained and lost half. Well, he had stepped into the cultivation world and opened up a new world. Lost, his family had left, and he was alone. From then on, there was no one in this world who really cared about him. He was just a lonely soul who had drifted alone in the universe for so many years that he couldn't even count how long it had been. Therefore, while he was used to being alone, he also especially longed for care. His mother and Aunt Cai gave him this, so that he wouldn't be lonely in these 10 years, and let his cold heart feel warm and alive again. But he was destined to be lonely. Before, he had wandered in the universe, and after that, he would travel alone. Whether it was in the human world or returning to the state of a lonely soul in the universe, there didn't seem to be much difference. Only these 10 years were the happiest. If everything went well, it might be more than 10 years. Someone had taken away his happy time. Maybe it was a few years, maybe a year, but even if it was only a few days, he couldn't tolerate it. He didn't do it before because his mother was there. He couldn't run around the world without his mother's permission. But now, there was no reason to ignore it. If he didn't do it well, he wouldn't be able to live a normal life, let alone cultivate. He was such a temperamental person. He didn't want to change. Was there any other way? There didn't seem to be. As for how to sense the foundation, this was a problem that had troubled the cultivation world for countless years. It had been like this since the beginning of cultivation. Needless to say, those who could build their foundation were all people with great luck. Then, there was the foundation establishment pill. But even if one swallowed the foundation establishment pill, it didn't mean that the pill clouds would turn into rain. Most cultivators would feel the same as if they had swallowed an ordinary pill with enough nourishment, and there wouldn't be any qualitative changes. You would never know when, where, and how you would build your foundation. There was no way to arrange a definite schedule for this. He thought about the possible situations in his mind again, but there was no other way. He looked through all the items in the storage ring again. There was still a foundation establishment pill left over from the foot soaking. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Mother, if I try using the foot soaking pill, will you bless me in heaven? Just like how you would do every time your son got into trouble. Of course, he knew that this was just a joke. But when you were at the end of your rope, jokes seemed to have value. That pill had been soaked in the foot soaking water for nearly a month. During this time, Lu Xiaoyi had constantly used the spiritual opportunity to stimulate the medicinal efficacy. How much medicinal efficacy was left? 20%? 10%? This was probably a lot. There was only one possibility, and that was that it was a complete waste pill. The key point was that this thing couldn't be divided into several parts. Its effect was in the whole. Even if it was missing 10%, it would still be a waste pill in the shop. Its value would be greatly reduced, and only the value of the cost would be left. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't treating a dead horse as a living horse. He was just using this method to remember his deceased relatives. Mother's foot soaking pill, what was the point of keeping it? Eat it. It was eternal. At this time, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The desert was quiet, and the breeze didn't blow. Looking from afar, the big and small sandbags and sand dunes were like giant sleeping beasts, hibernating in the dusk. Lu Xiaoyi sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering formation. His body was upright, and his hands were flat, holding the foot-soaking pill. He saluted the moon and teased. To victory. Chapter 143. Raising his neck and opening his mouth, he swallowed it down, yet there was no expectation in his heart. It was like eating a persimmon. It was soft, but not sweet enough. As expected, nothing abnormal occurred, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of disappointment. He was calm without a ripple. He was reflecting on his life. If he missed out on tonight, he wouldn't be as calm as he was now when he set foot on his journey tomorrow. Past life. It seemed to be very important, but he had already forgotten. He couldn't even remember when he started to forget, as if he had always existed in a process of unceasing forgetting. He could still remember that world, the skyscrapers, airplanes, cannons, the world's structure, and the direction of the country, but he couldn't find his position in it. Was it a public office? A soldier? Was it a family of 9-to-5 workers? In any case, it was a failure. Apart from this, he didn't remember anything about himself. It was like he was an existence like air in that world. He knew there was definitely some problem in this. The universe. There was nothing to remember. It was eternal and unchanging, silent forever. 10,000 years was an instant, and an instant was 10,000 years. This world. This was the only thing he could remember. Over a dozen years of dribs and drabs had allowed him to become a person again. A person's joys and sorrows of separation and reunion. Then, in the midst of these recollections, he felt the first drop of rain fall from the cloud of vitality in his dantian. Perhaps it was a teardrop. How many tens of thousands of years had it been since he had shed a tear? Lu Xiaoyi indulged his heart, and tears streamed down. In contrast, the tears in his dantian became more and more concentrated. The threads were like threads, gradually pouring down. Mother, are you helping me? Once the heavy rain in his dantian began, it didn't stop. The cloud layer gradually thinned, and his dantian transformed from a pool of water into a spring. Lu Xiaoyi didn't place any restrictions on this, nor did he interfere with this process of vaporization and liquefaction. This was because Tao Foundation establishment was heaven's work. It was good to see, good to feel, and good to be happy. Thankfully, this rain didn't become a sun shower. Half of it was clouds, and the other half was water. After a quarter of an hour, the gaseous cloud completely dispersed, and there wasn't a trace of rain or cloud above his dantian. Yet below his dantian, a spring glowing with spiritual light was actively flowing, brimming with boundless vitality. Foundation establishment still wasn't over. Although the most crucial moment had passed, there was still a very important ending. That is, the spiritual power in the body's meridians is still in a gaseous state. It needs to be circulated, completely changing it into a liquid state. This was a painful process, because along with the transformation of spiritual energy in the meridians, the body was also reconstructed. The main body was in the meridians, but it also involved the internal organs, blood, bones, muscles, skin. Lu Xiaoyi made a prompt decision. He threw all the spirit stones he had, as well as several hundred spirit stones, into the spirit gathering array beside him. He didn't care that such extravagance and waste would be inefficient. What he needed the most now was to replenish high-intensity spirit energy in a short period of time. There was no time to waste. After the Taoist root in the pubic region is formed, the time window for it to dissolve into liquid is very short. If he doesn't temper his body now, he won't have another chance in the future. He will become another kind of half-finished laying foundation cultivator. To have the ability to build one's foundation, but not have the body to build one's foundation, that was a useless foundation. At such a crucial moment, the Jade Clear's imperial edict from the Orthodox Taoism displayed the supreme ability of the three clears martial arts. It could transform the body to the greatest extent, but it wouldn't cause the cultivator to be unable to withstand the pain and lose consciousness during the process. How could Lu Xiaoyi be stopped by a mere pain? A mother's love gave him a chance, just like how she gave him life when he was still in the womb. The martial arts circulated faster and faster. The gaseous spiritual energy in the various meridians in the body was instantly condensed into a liquid state by the time it reached the pubic region, and then returned to the various meridian. His internal organs were moving, his bones were being densified, his blood was being renewed, his muscles were being stretched, and his skin was being tightened. No matter how strong a normal person was, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a huge change. Unless they were like Lu Xiaoyi, who had been working hard on his small Dao body for many years. All of his efforts were for today's gains. Cultivation was never something that could be solved with a flash of inspiration. He only used 15 minutes to liquefy his pubic region, but it took him a whole 2 hours to change his body. Only now did he realize that his breakthrough was a little rash. Acting rashly without the protection of his elders and fellow sect members, as long as a cultivator with evil intentions passed by, it would make his 10 years of effort go down the drain. There was no black mud seeping out from his body, which meant that the person who said this definitely hadn't built his foundation. This was the Tao Foundation. It wasn't like he hadn't bathed for a few years. How unimaginative would one have to be to think of rubbing out black mud from his body? Just by breathing in and out, he spat out mouthfuls of foul air. The more he breathed out, the faster he breathed out, and the thicker he breathed out. It didn't dissipate for a long time. When his body was completely renewed, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly realized that his cross-legged body was no longer sitting on the ground. Instead, it was floating in the air by half a foot, not touching the ground. He could fly now. However, he could only fly for a short period of time because this required arcane effort, secret arts, skill, and magic artifacts. But right now, he had none of these. He didn't have everything he had after entering Foundation establishment. Originally, he would have obtained this after entering some hidden sect. A chi-consuming cultivator looking for a thigh and a Foundation establishment cultivator looking for a backer were two different concepts. The former was absolutely impossible, and the latter was a matter of course. No sect or power would dislike having too many Foundation establishment cultivators. However, he might not have the time. When the transformation of his body finished, Lu Xiaoyi straightened his body and stood up. His state of mind was suddenly enlightened. He suddenly thought that according to procedure, shouldn't he howl now? Howl. A long howl spread far and wide in the darkness of the desert. Following that, the sand wolves far and near howled back in response, rising and falling in succession. It was a magnificent sight. Lu Xiaoyi laughed heartily. Next, it was time to compose a poem. This was a deep-rooted feeling in his mind. He didn't know where this feeling came from, or who it was influenced by. It was precisely a loving mother shines a mirror on his dantian. The auspicious clouds of his 5 viscera reach the heavens. Before, when he was silent, he was only lacking Mercury and lead in his chess. Mercury and lead, the so-called cornerstone of Taoism, he no longer owed them now. Before entering foundation establishment, he planned to embark on the path of illuminating the night as soon as dawn broke. But now, the situation had changed. If he planned carefully, he might not lose his life there, so he could consolidate for a period of time. Now that he was sensing the body of foundation establishment, the speed was incomparable to before. The 1-year journey he originally thought of was not so long now. However, as soon as he consolidated, a problem arose. For a qi-consuming cultivator, the spiritual vigor of heaven and earth was already very thin. For him, whose dantian was now liquid, it was almost indistinct. Thus, he simply abandoned the spirit-gathering formation and directly used the hundreds of spirit stones in the half-spirit state. At least he could still feel a sense of fullness. This also made him realize that the state of a loose cultivator was no longer enough to maintain his cultivation. In terms of resources, there was simply no way to continue, even if he had the endless red thread worms. There were only 2 paths: enter a sect, or go to a new cultivation world. Chapter 144. If his mother was still alive, he would have chosen the former without hesitation. However, now that his family was gone, and he had to go to Zhaoye, the cultivation world was no longer suitable for him. He had to go somewhere far away. He did not have any foundation building skills, not even one. Due to the lack of time, he could not buy any skills and practice them before he went to Zhaoye. It was less than 2 years before the Liang King's appointment at the top of the mountain. Therefore, the only way was to strengthen what he was best at. What was he best at now? It was not the skills that he had been longing for, but the ability to wield a sword and control objects at close range. Therefore, he could only put some effort in this aspect. If he really met a foundation-building cultivator, his long-range skills would not work, so he would try to fight in close range. This was the essence of asymmetrical fighting. It was also the most suitable fighting direction he could think of for now. After more than 2 months, all the spiritual stones were used up. His state had been completely stabilized. Most importantly, in the 2 months of practice, he was completely familiar with his current body. He would not lose control of his strength. Cultivators were only in the upper realm. In fact, there was a limit to the growth of combat power. The biggest limiting factor was that they were not familiar with their own potential. How much strength did it take to cross 10 feet? How much strength did it take to cross 10 feet was completely different now. How to control the distribution of strength when throwing a punch was a big problem. He had solved this problem in the past 2 months. If he could fully exert his strength, he would have achieved his goal. From now on, there was still 1 year before the appointment at the top of the mountain. It was time to leave. Lu Xiaoyi sneaked into Lu province under the cover of night. There was no one else here except for a few watchmen. It was lifeless. He searched for some old things in the warehouse and left without leaving a trace. In his mind, this might be the last time he came back here in his life. It would be difficult for him to come back here in the future. Zhaoye City. Since the new emperor ascended the throne, it had become more and more prosperous. It was a scene of prosperity. In the morning, the Yarrow family's mansion in the good political square was still solemn and dignified. However, this was only for the common folk. Those who truly understood the matters of the imperial court all knew that the Yarrow residence was no longer as glorious as before. Ever since the day of the 4th prince's ascension to the throne, General Funwei had escaped from death. Although he did not receive any punishment on the surface, he had already lost the emperor's favor and his life was getting worse by the day. The emperor only remembered the promise he had made on the day of his ascension to the throne, so he did not make things difficult for the Yarrow family. However, as long as General Funwei died, It would be hard to say what would happen next. Inheriting the title of general? Don't even think about it. It was already very difficult for them to not have their entire family confiscated and exterminated. In the imperial court, it was easy to get up, but difficult to get down. Which one of the reigning officials did not have a pile of mess buried behind their buttocks? If you are in a high position, you can suppress it. When you fall, even if the emperor doesn't punish you, there will still be people who try to figure out the emperor's intentions and plot against you. Since ancient times, this had never happened. But what made people speechless was that in this world where the average lifespan was less than 60 years old, the Yarrow family's ferocious General Yarrow II, who had long passed 60 years old, was still able to hold on and not die. This was also a miracle that was neither too big nor too small. As long as he didn't die, the Yarrow family wouldn't fall. This made people speechless. However, the new emperor was only 40 years old, so Yarrow II wouldn't be able to hold on. There was no use in struggling. This was everyone's consensus. Today was the day of the Imperial Court Assembly, so when the sky just started to brighten, Second Master Yarrow began to put on his court attire with the help of the servants. Regardless of whether it was his mental or physical state, he wasn't in a good state. However, he still held on and didn't fall. The people in the imperial court were already used to it. The ferocious general was an idle position and didn't have any specific duties, so he didn't need to attend the small imperial court assembly. However, the imperial court assembly that was held once a month was something that every noble would attend. This was especially so for Second Master Yarrow. It was an important occasion to announce that he was still alive, so he had to crawl even if he had to crawl. The safety of the entire Yarrow family rested on his shoulders. Ever since his younger sister left, the two of them who had been quarreling their entire lives were separated forever. Second Master Yarrow aged faster and faster. When he was young, his eldest brother died. In the past few years, his third brother and his younger sister died. In this generation, he was the only one left. In his eyes, there wasn't much vitality left. It was as if he was a walking corpse. However, even if he was a walking corpse, he would still insist on walking. He couldn't let others feel comfortable watching him. Sitting in the sedan chair, he swayed all the way out of Yarrow family's residence. If it was a few years ago, he would ride a horse to announce his health. Now, he really couldn't do that. Early in the morning, Zhaoye City was very quiet because it was a famous city that never slept. Most people would sleep peacefully at home after a night of indulgence, except for those at the bottom who had to work hard to make a living. However, the officials who went to the Imperial Court Assembly in the morning were always a beautiful sight in Zhaoye City. They gathered in the Imperial City from all directions, especially those who came from Shanzhengfang. No one talked or greeted them. They all took the time to take a nap in the sedan chair. The Imperial Court Assembly was not only a mental task, but also a physical one. After passing through the surging Gold Gate, one could be considered to have truly entered the boundaries of the Imperial City. Imperial guards were everywhere, with a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. The officials would also disembark from their palanquins here. For the rest of the journey, they would have to walk in, regardless of their age or health. Only a few of the most powerful officials, old officials who were most valued by the emperor, would have their palanquins carried in by eunuchs. Unlike the others, Second Master Yarrow didn't sleep much. He had been looking at the scenery of the Imperial City. It was not that he had any sentimental feelings about it, but he knew that every time he looked at it, it would be his last time. Therefore, he was extra attentive. When he was serious, he noticed a strange phenomenon. A sedan chair landed in the distance. A middle-aged official stepped out of the sedan chair, yawning. He stomped his feet and rubbed his eyes. When he came out from the back of the sedan chair, there were 2 officials, one in front and one behind. The one walking behind was obviously not the one who got off the sedan chair before. He seemed younger and his back looked familiar. However, he didn't have the chance to confirm it. He didn't know the middle-aged official who got off the sedan chair before. He couldn't catch up with the other official who seemed to come out of the ground. He could only watch the 2 disappear into the crowd. There were hundreds of officials in the Imperial Court Assembly. How could he have the chance to get to know these new officials? Second Master Yarrow didn't really take it to heart. He was no longer that powerful and devout general, nor did he have such a strong sense of responsibility. To enter the Golden Imperial Palace, he still had to go through several thresholds. There were Imperial guards guarding the palace, and they were experts from the most mysterious government office in the past that dealt with cultivators. How could anyone with ulterior motives be able to sneak in? He resisted the lack of physical strength and moved step by step toward the Golden Imperial Palace. No one came to help him. They were all afraid of getting hurt. If there was nothing wrong, they were afraid that the Emperor would blame them. If there was something wrong, they couldn't explain it clearly. Chapter 145. After an hour, he finally made it to the throne room. Standing in his familiar position, he felt sad and worried about how he was going to go back. Recently, his body had become more and more unbearable. The light in the hall was dim, and all the lights would be lit up before the Emperor went to court. Therefore, he did not care who was standing in front of him or beside him, just like how others did not care about him. Here, he was just a symbol. But even if he was a symbol, he had to stand out and show it, right? Almost all of the officials had arrived. After another hour, the servants lit up the hundreds of lamps in the hall. Only then did the throne room show its proper grandeur. Everyone was silent and lowered their heads. There was no complicated etiquette in the Kingdom of Darkness, so there was no need to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. But at least they had to know the basic rules. With guards opening the way and eunuchs in charge, a group of people approached from the back of the throne room. Then, a row of more than a dozen palace guards stood at the bottom of the steps. The Emperor ascended the throne under the care of 2 eunuchs holding fans. Although there were hundreds of people in the throne room, they were in good order and the guards were especially tight. Under the dragon throne, there were more than a dozen palace guards. Behind the ministers, under each pillar, there were several generals of the throne room. There were more than 100 people. Of course, the so-called generals here were just a title. They were actually warriors, so it sounded nice to call them generals. These were the ones inside the hall. There were countless outside, each with their own responsibilities. As long as there was any movement in the hall, they would swarm over with an order. The eunuchs were holding a scroll and reading from it. It was nothing more than the mountains and rivers were peaceful, the people were rich, and if there was something, report it early, if there was nothing, withdraw from court and so on. The older officials had heard this for decades. No one would interrupt or move at this time. When this period was over, it would be much easier to enter the court debate. Second Old Master Yarrow was the one who heard this the most in the hall. He was the most loyal lackey, but also the most useless one. Eyes down, nose down, eyebrows down, this was Second Master Yarrow's current state. However, this didn't mean that he didn't know anything. He didn't dare to say that he was alert in all directions, but almost any movement in the main hall couldn't escape his attention. This was the basic skill of every official present. Suddenly, he felt that someone was moving. A figure flashed past in front of him, followed by a cry of surprise and a low reprimand from the Golden Palace General. Second Master Yarrow abruptly raised his head, only to see a figure pouncing straight for the dragon throne. Looking at that figure, it was actually that strange figure he had seen at the surging gold gate. Dressed in the court attire of a 5th-rank official, he belonged to the lowest rank among the several hundred imperial court officials. The figure was very fast, but the reaction of the guards in front of the Dragon Emperor was not slow either. An alarm bell that shook the Golden Palace rang, and several guards rushed forward, while the other guards carried the Emperor and retreated quickly, intending to leave this dangerous place. In an instant, the Golden Palace Hall was in a mess. Some screamed and hid, some panicked and didn't know what to do, some spoke up for justice and attacked the unruly person, and there were also opportunists who gambled on glory and wealth. Of course, there were also the Golden Palace generals who were pushing and shoving each other as they rushed towards the dragon throne. Second Master Yarrow's spirit was lifted. This was a great opportunity to show his loyalty. Thus, he took a step forward and shouted sternly, "General Funway is here. Who dares to offend the Emperor? Bring my blade." In the next moment, he was knocked to the ground. The Golden Palace generals and the imperial court officials collided, causing a complete mess. The ones who were knocked over were all brain workers. At this critical moment, the Golden Palace generals couldn't care less about these people who might be old and weak. However, this was only the periphery. With the assassin's speed, the Golden Palace generals couldn't make it in time. 5 palace guards rushed towards the assassin. The assassin was a young imperial court official. At least, he was an assassin wearing an imperial court official's uniform. They only had short blades in their hands. It was impossible for them to carry a green dragon crescent blade even when they were serving the emperor. These people's weapon skills were secondary, but their wrestling skills were very impressive. This was because among the palace guards, killing the opponent was not the most important thing. Both sides waved their weapons and jumped onto roofs and walls to fight. This was not in line with the principles of the palace guards at all. For them, the principle was to lock down the assassin at the first moment. They were wearing soft armor and their short blades were also used for blocking. As long as they were close to the assassin, they would immediately be tripped. They would lift their feet to lock the assassin's head and twist their arms to press the assassin's body, even if they were injured for this reason. For them, in such a narrow space, and they could clearly determine the direction of the assassin's advance, locking down the assassin was a very easy thing to do. However, all their countermeasures were based on the premise that the assassin was a mortal martial artist. If the assassin was a cultivator, then their countermeasures would be greatly reduced. If the assassin was a real cultivator who had built the Taoist foundation, then all their actions would be meaningless. Just like now, even if they had reached out to the assassin, they would still be knocked away without any suspense. They had no ability to fight back. The assassin wore a 5th-level official's robe, but this official's robe didn't affect his movements. After knocking aside the 5 palace guards that came forward, with another step, he had already arrived behind the emperor's group. There were still 6 or 7 guards left. Except for 2 who were carrying the emperor and running away, the others all turned back and rushed towards the assassin loyally. This time, they drew their weapons without mercy, because they had realized something. As long as they could delay the emperor for a moment, a large number of imperial guards outside would surround him. There were hundreds and thousands of them. No matter how powerful this cultivator was, he could stop the emperor for a while. Moreover, the state preceptor would come as soon as possible. However, their efforts were to no avail. The assassin dressed as a young official did not make any unnecessary movements. He only charged forward, ignoring the weapons on his body. When these sharp weapons came into contact with his body, it was as if they had collided with an invisible wall of air. He grabbed the emperor's neck and waved his hand to send 2 guards who were struggling nearby flying away. The assassin turned back and smiled coldly. "If you act rashly again, I'll use your most honorable emperor as a shield." At this moment, the situation was hopeless. No one dared to use their weapons for fear of accidentally hurting the emperor. The assassin didn't hurt the emperor. Instead, he carried the emperor and walked out. A large group of guards and warriors formed a large circle, tightly surrounding him and moving out together. Outside the Golden Imperial Palace, there was a wide square paved with thick jade, but there was not a single tree. This was a standard feature of all the palaces, for fear of assassins hiding here. However, under the scorching summer sun, there was a big disadvantage, which was the unbearable heat. The assassin carried the emperor to the center of the square. He reached out and broke one of the emperor's fingers, shouting, "Let them all back off." Chapter 146. Under the immense pain, the emperor had no other choice. He knew that this was a cultivator and that only a cultivator could deal with him. These ordinary soldiers could not do anything to him. In order to stall for time and prevent him from attacking in a rage, they could only order the guards and warriors to retreat until they were dozens of feet away from the emperor. They still formed a large circle, but there was no real meaning to it. The court officials also rushed out, but they were not allowed to enter the plaza. They could only gather on the high platform outside the throne room. This was to protect them from being injured in the chaos. However, the view from this position was very good. Every movement in the plaza could be seen clearly. Second Master Yarrow was also squeezed into the crowd. The fall just now had not been light. Even now, his bones were aching. From afar, the assassin was slowly taking off his fifth-rank official robe. However, what surprised everyone was that he was still wearing an official robe. Second Master Yarrow's entire body trembled. Although his vision was a bit blurry due to old age and his position wasn't right, he couldn't clearly see the assassin's face. However, that familiar figure and the equally familiar official's robes caused him to be distraught. Under the scorching summer sun, a wave of coldness rose out of nowhere. From inside to outside, it made him unable to breathe. The official robe inside was the robe of Sima Yi, one of the highest officials in the country. Although it was somewhat old and the color was no longer bright, the embroidered beast style clearly told everyone the answer. This was the robe of Sima Yi from the previous dynasty. Lu Xiaoyi was refined and courteous. My surname is Lu. Today, I came here to settle an old debt with His Majesty. I don't need to say much. You should understand. 2 hours, right here. If you survive, you are lucky. If you don't survive, you can only blame yourself. It's not too much. With a press of his hand, the Tianda Emperor knelt straight on the hot jade stone under the summer sun, unable to struggle even a single step. Although his voice was not loud, each word was clear. It reached the ears of the thousands of people in the plaza and the throne room. Everything was clear now. Although not everyone was clear about the matter of the coronation 8 years ago, everyone present knew the origin of this grudge through word of mouth. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. They all thought that the Lu clan's glory was gone, but who knew that the descendants of the Lu clan would use such a method to resolve the karma? At that time, there were actually many officials who did not quite agree with the emperor's actions. A widow and an orphan, do you really have to do this? Now, retribution had come, and it was obvious that there was no way he would let this go. Many people turned their gazes towards second Old Master Yarrow, and the old man shrugged. Do you think I can persuade a cultivator? Even if he is my nephew? He could see very clearly that the Lu clan was finished. The Yarrow clan was also finished. Regardless of the outcome, the destruction of the clan was certain. There was no chance of escaping death. Since that was the case, why should he go up and beg bitterly and become a laughingstock? He already had a premonition about Yarrow's ending. It would happen sooner or later, but to end it in this way, at least he could leave behind a reputation, even if it was the reputation of killing the ruler. Not bad. 3 figures flew over. They were the state preceptor of this generation and his 2 senior and junior brothers. Although their status in the country was extraordinary, they were too lazy to participate in such a boring gathering as the Imperial Court Assembly. It was a waste of time. Therefore, they were not present when the incident happened. Now that they had rushed over, they originally thought that this was a daring chi-eating rogue cultivator and that they would be able to take him down with a few tricks. But when they got closer, they gasped. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hide the aura of his upper foundation establishment cultivation. This left the disciples of the 3 sects at a loss for what to do. It was impossible to use force, so they could only see if they could resolve the situation. The state preceptor had his 2 fellow disciples wait on the spot while he went up alone, afraid of causing a misunderstanding. Esteemed Master, ZG of the giant Lu sect greets you. He was very respectful, and Lu Xiaoyi returned the greeting. He was not respectful towards him, but towards the giant Lu sect behind him. Esteemed Master, in the Night Reflection Realm, the cultivation world and the Imperial Court have an agreement to not interfere with each other. Esteemed Master's actions today have violated the agreement. If someone's life were to be lost, I'm afraid that even with my status as Esteemed Master, it would be difficult to explain. As the state preceptor, this disciple promises Esteemed Master that if Tianda Emperor is released, I will give Esteemed Master and my family a perfect explanation. This is the promise of the cultivation world to Esteemed Master. We will not go back on our word. Lu Xiaoyi took a deep breath and slowly exhaled before saying calmly, he said calmly, the premise of the agreement is not to interfere with each other. This person consecutively killed my adoptive mother and birth mother. Do you think that as a son, I will give up karma because of some agreement? Daoist ZG was speechless. This foundation establishment Esteemed Master's words had blocked all his communication. Cultivators sought immortality and freedom, so of course they had to pursue a clear mind and end karma. There was no choice but to avenge his mother's death. Letting him go was the same. With his current level, he could not stop this esteemed master. If he returned to the sect to call for reinforcements, it would take several days for reinforcements to arrive. Thus, he was powerless against Tianda Emperor. This was not his fault. His sect would not ask him to become enemies with a foundation establishment cultivator for the sake of an emperor. The highest cultivation level in his giant Lu sect was only at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. If he rashly made a move, it might cause a conflict between the sects. It was not worth it for a mortal emperor. Thus, he straightforwardly said, "This disciple will immediately return to the sect and wait for instructions. Please forgive me, esteemed master. However, this situation, I wonder what esteemed master has to teach me." Lu Xiaoyi pointed out, "I heard that the Shining Night Kingdom has a second prince." Daoist Ziji was speechless. This esteemed master meant that he could not spare Tianda Emperor's life today. To him, even if he could not save Tianda Emperor, he had to at least maintain the peace of the Shining Night Kingdom. This was his duty. Thus, he went to make arrangements. He notified his sect and the second emperor to come and preside over the situation. This was a tacit understanding between cultivators. They would not support Tianda Emperor's prince. Not only was it because he was too young, but it was also because if they allowed his son to ascend the throne, the mortal world might retaliate on a larger scale. As for brothers, under the scorching sun, the heat wave was suffocating. In less than an hour, Tianda Emperor was already on the verge of collapse. However, Lu Xiaoyi did not have the slightest intention of hiding. In theory, it was Lu Sima who started this method of punishment. However, the situation at that time was that there was water and an umbrella, as well as a half-time break. It was not designed to kill. This method was fundamentally different from Tianda Emperor's method. Lu Xiaoyi would not consider the complicated cause and effect of this. He had never seen his father, Lu Sima, but the death of Aunt Cai and the death of his mother had happened in front of his eyes. There was no room for negotiation. The ministers were not all waiting. Some of the smarter ones among them also thought of a way, and that was to gamble. They gambled that the Lu family's son would not really kill the emperor. They would charge forward with a large number of troops and see if this cultivator dared to kill a large number of mortals. This was using the lives of soldiers to destroy the future of cultivators. How imaginative! However, the ministers were not united in their opinions because there was always a so-called conservative faction. Even if they knew that the emperor was doomed, they did not want to leave a name in history that they were the ones who sent troops to kill the emperor. Chapter 147. Just when the two factions were still arguing, the second emperor arrived. Compared to the Tianda Emperor's descendants, he obviously had more authority in the imperial court. It was not that the Tianda Emperor's descendants were incompetent, but how could the Tianda Emperor, who was in his prime, allow his sons to get involved in power? Who would have thought that something like this would happen, causing his own descendants to be at a disadvantage in the competition? The second emperor was a patient person. He had been patient all this time. He had endured until the death of his eldest son, and then he had crippled his third son. Now, he had finally endured until his fourth son was in trouble. Originally, he thought that he would no longer have the chance to become the emperor, but fate was fleeting. Who could say for sure until the very end? He immediately stopped the group of Tianda Emperor's loyalists who were ready to make a move. He could not send his troops to force his way in. This was not beneficial to him at all. If he succeeded, what would he do? If he failed, he would have to bear the reputation of forcing his own brother to death. After calming down the officials, the second emperor walked towards the unfilial son of the Lu family. Of course, to him, this was a young and promising man. It was understandable that he wanted to avenge his mother. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you are also the descendant of a loyal official. Why did you do something so outrageous? The second emperor was still talking non-stop, but Lu Xiaoyi directly interrupted him. You don't have much time left. And you still have the mood to talk nonsense. I don't have any good feelings towards the imperial family, nor do I have any evil intentions. I'm just talking about the facts, and nothing else. Your fourth brother has a grudge against me, and he will die in an hour. You can sit here and wait, or you can do something else. It's up to you. The second emperor was a bit embarrassed, but he quickly realized that this was not the time to pretend to be innocent. This was a very important deal for him. The time is too short. Moreover, my strength is still beyond my reach. Lu Xiaoyi sneered, you've endured for decades, and now you're telling me that your strength is beyond your reach. Then what are you doing here? I can't help you, but I think that state teacher ZG is a good person. It only took 1 hour. This is my reward, and I won't give you more than that. The second emperor clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, I hope Master will keep your promise. If I succeed, both the Lu province and the Yarrow family will have a good ending. I will not go back on my word. The two of them decided the future of the Zhaoye kingdom in just a few sentences. Seeing the second emperor leave in a hurry, Lu Xiaoyi was expressionless, but the kneeling Tianda emperor had tears of blood in his eyes. It was unknown whether he was regretting or hating. If one were to say that the second emperor was able to control the situation right now, it would be an exaggeration. Tianda emperor had been running the empire for 8 years. Even if it wasn't an impenetrable defense, it was still a solid foundation. However, the second emperor had a ruthless move. On the surface, Sikong was one of Tianda emperor's people, but in reality, he was one of Tianda emperor's private party. As long as he was able to gather all the princes would definitely gather together to fight against this eldest uncle of his. At that time, he would only need to catch all of them in one fell swoop and put them all under house arrest. Without the other members of the imperial family, it would be much easier to slowly deal with those old officials of Tianda Emperor. This was a very complicated process, but it was worth a try. He was now over 50 years old. If he didn't take the risk now, where would he go to wait for such an opportunity? Lu Xiaoyi stood there, as motionless as a mountain. He knew how much the soldiers and guards wanted to rush over and tear him to shreds. How many arrows were aimed at him from the shadows? There were even cultivators hidden among them, including those so-called experts from the mysterious Yamen. But so what? Tianda Emperor would not be able to survive today. Simple things should be done in a simple manner, in less than 2 hours, because of fear, anger, humiliation, the heat, and the blockage of his meridians due to kneeling. Tianda Emperor had already passed away. However, Lu Xiaoyi still waited until the 2 hours were up. Looking at the crowd, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt as a cultivator towards a mortal. Instead, he rushed towards a certain direction. Realizing that Tianda Emperor might have met with a mishap and that he had already left Tianda Emperor's side, everyone rushed forward. The soldiers facing him shot out arrows and pointed their spears at him. Lu Xiaoyi let out a soft whistle and his body rose from the ground. He rose slowly, completely defying the laws of physics. He broke through the shackles of the earth and the arrows streaked past his feet. It was as if he was stepping on a rain of arrows. Just like that, he slowly landed on the ground and flew outwards like a giant peng. He was a young peng. He couldn't fly for long and needed to be used as a stepping stone from time to time. The imperial city was already in a mess, but this was no longer his problem. The dust had been settled and there was nothing else to worry about. Now, it was time for him to escape. He was very lucky. There were no Foundation establishment cultivators in the Night Reflection City. Perhaps there were, but they didn't want to participate. What benefits could they get? To fight against a Foundation establishment cultivator for a mortal, even if it was the Emperor, there was no point in winning or losing. The Night Reflection City had already been sealed. Just like 8 years ago, this would be another bloody baptism. In fact, it was very normal for the Imperial City. It was just another change of flag. Lu Xiaoyi flew out of the city and rushed towards the direction of the Liang Kingdom. The route had already been planned and there was no need to play any tricks. In his current situation, it was best to run in a straight line before the cultivators of the Night Reflection City reacted. He estimated that he still had a few days of free time. Whether there would be any pursuers or not depended entirely on whether the cultivators could reach a consensus. He didn't fly because this wasn't called flying. It was called gliding. In the mortal world, it was very funny. It was like a chicken that could flutter for a certain distance, but it wasn't really flying. Therefore, he used the most primitive whirlwind escape armor because it was not slow. The key was to conserve spiritual chi. Now that he had no spiritual stones, it was a big problem to replenish spiritual vigor. He didn't dare to use it recklessly because he had to be careful if he was intercepted in a fight. 1 month later, in the south of the fertile water, Lu Xiaoyi was thinking about finding a boat. Or gliding. The fertile water was about 350 feet wide, which was his limit. If he didn't control it well or the wind changed direction, he might fall into the water. Although he wouldn't drown, it would be too embarrassing. The place he was at was not a ferry. There were few boats, and it would take a lot of time to go up or down the river. Therefore, he still wanted to find a relatively narrow place. It would be best if he could jump from a high place. After going upstream for a few miles, he finally found such a place. The river was 300 feet wide. More importantly, there was a slope here. Therefore, he started running and was ready to jump from the slope. But before he jumped, he suddenly stopped. It was because of a gust of wind, against the wind. This would have a great impact on gliding, so he could only wait for the wind to die down. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from above. He looked up and saw an old man hovering in the sky. There was a feather-shaped magic tool under his feet. He had white eyebrows and a long beard. He looked like a transcendent being. When he saw me, he said with a smile, "When you saw me, you must have thought that under this sanctimonious and benevolent face, there must be some kind of evil intention. I don't blame you, because everyone who escapes will think that. If he looks fierce, you will think that he is evil and must be the one who chases you. I am an elder of the ethereal sect, Duouz. I am a guest of the giant Lu sect and heard about your deeds. Because I am good at flying, I asked for this job. If you are not in a hurry, can you listen to me?" Chapter 148. Lu Xiaoyi still didn't let down his guard, but he had no choice but to lower his head. The other party could fly while he could only glide for a short period of time. In terms of mobility and agility, he couldn't compare at all. If the other party used techniques, he would be in a situation where he could only take a beating and not fight back. Therefore, he had to be polite. "Senior, please speak. Junior is all ears." Duouz smiled and took the initiative to descend. He had already seen that this was a lucky rogue cultivator. He didn't know what kind of opportunity he had to establish his Dao foundation, but now he didn't know anything. He couldn't even fly and probably didn't know any techniques. He was just a foundation establishment cultivator. His sect was lacking young talents like this, but everything had to wait until after the Battle of Wangdingshan. First of all, little friend, you might have a misunderstanding. You might think that the cultivation world and mortals have an agreement that we can't interfere with the imperial power of mortals. If there's a violation, cultivators will attack together, but there are conditions. In fact, it's only for chi-consuming cultivators, especially chi-consuming rogue cultivators. Their temperament is too wild. If there's no control, there will be endless trouble. That's why there's a rumor that this agreement can't be touched. But in fact, for real cultivators, that is, for cultivators who have established their Dao foundation, this kind of agreement isn't that binding. As long as you have a reason, even if you're an emperor, you can be killed. You and Tianda Emperor have a grudge against each other for killing his mother. This is a matter of human relations, so it's pardonable. I came to find you not because of the so-called correct cultivation style, but because I'm curious. There's also another reason. Lu Xiaoyi let out a light breath. In fact, in the throne room, that daoist called Ziji's behavior already explained something. He didn't try to stop him at all. Instead, it was like he was just going through the motions. At that time, he felt that the so-called agreement wasn't that sacred and couldn't be violated. "Senior, please speak." Although Lu Xiaoyi could basically confirm it, he still couldn't completely let down his guard. After all, he was really too weak right now. He was so weak that he didn't even have the power to decide his own fate. Duouz didn't mind. He understood the rogue cultivator's feelings too well, just like how he was in the past. You're heading to the Liang Kingdom's Dingshan to prepare for the once-in-a-decade flying boat crossing, right? Yes, Senior's eyes are as sharp as torches. You're able to see through everything. You've guessed my thoughts with just one guess. Du Ouz laughed. What's so hard about guessing? They felt that they had caused a great disaster and could no longer be tolerated by the cultivation world of this world, so they wanted to change to another world. It's not strange that 10 out of 10 rogue cultivators would think the same way. Lu Xiaoyi blushed with shame. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape the guesses of others, but he was no match for them in terms of speed. No matter what he said, it was futile. Du Ouz sighed. Although you haven't committed any crime in the cultivation world, Wang Dingshan should still go. Young people need to have dreams. Otherwise, they'll end up like me when they get old. Even if they want to go, they won't be willing to accept them. They're too old, and their potential will be exhausted. Pulling them there will just be a waste of resources. Lu Xiaoyi no longer hesitated. It was right to be careful. If he was too careful, he would lose the spirit of a young man. He took out an item from his ring. It was a jade slip. Then, he took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones. This jade slip contains the most basic flying technique for the Foundation Establishment realm. It doesn't involve the Great Tao or the 5 elements. It's just the simplest flying technique. If you have your own flying technique in the future, you can give it up. There's no need to be reluctant. Lu Xiaoyi was puzzled. He didn't know what this old man meant. Du Ouz explained, if you're unaccountably solicitous, you must have ill intentions. This is priceless advice. Today, I'm giving you these in exchange for a promise. If you're not selected to board the flying ship at Wang Dingshan, you must come to my ethereal sect. It's not a bad place to cultivate. Lu Xiaoyi finally understood. This was a deposit. If he couldn't go to a high-level cultivation world, then he must first consider joining the ethereal sect. He didn't dislike this. It was fine as long as he had a purpose. But he still had some questions. Senior, can't every Foundation Establishment realm cultivator board the flying ship to a high-level cultivation world? Are there any conditions for this? This was the first time he had the opportunity to ask a relatively experienced and knowledgeable Foundation Establishment senior from a sect. This was a rare opportunity. In a different environment and a different person, they might not necessarily be willing to answer his questions. Since they wanted to recruit him now, this was an opportunity. Du Ouz nodded. You're a rogue cultivator. You cultivate alone, so your knowledge is limited. Since we're fated, I'll say a few more words. You also know that in our cultivation world, the upper realm is difficult. It's not just rogue cultivators like you, but sect disciples as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way here to give you cultivation technique jade slips and spirit stones. It's just that it's difficult for a sect to produce a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. They need new blood to succeed them. The root of the problem is that the world's spiritual energy is thin. Not only is it difficult for cultivators to cultivate, it's also the production of spiritual items, spiritual plants, spiritual veins, and spiritual beasts. They're all at a very low level. This is the lack of resources that determines the level of the cultivation world. Lu Xiaoyi understood. The heavens nurture all things. If the heavens don't support them, all living beings struggle. Du Ouz was somewhat interested in talking. In fact, he had been holding back his feelings of self-pity for a long time. Being born in this world wasn't something he had chosen. He pointed to the sky. Every night, you'll see a night sky full of stars. The reason why they're small is because they're far away from us. In fact, they're all celestial worlds. Most of them are barren and unsuitable for human habitation, but there are a few that humans can live in. Among the small number of worlds where humans can survive, there are also a very small number of worlds that have heaven and earth spiritual vigor, just like our world. Among them, there are also a very small number of worlds that are full of spiritual vigor. We call them medium cultivation worlds or advanced cultivation worlds. As for the levels, don't ask me, because I don't know either. Lu Xiaoyi completely understood this because he was a wandering soul that had drifted in the universe for a long time. Although he had never been close to a certain celestial world, he had a general idea. I understand. There are very few celestial worlds that can cultivate. The higher the level, the fewer there are. But because there are countless celestial worlds in the universe, there will always be such celestial world. Du Ouz revealed a teachable expression. What he didn't know was that this thing had also drifted in the universe and had much more experience than an old cultivator like him who had never left this world. Our world, when placed in the entire universe, is at the bottom of the cultivation world. It's so low that it doesn't even have a name. The highest level cultivators are only at the controlled Dan realm, and there are very few of them. But the place that sent the flying ship to pick us up has a name. It's called Chaoguang World. I heard that it's a middle-level cultivation celestial world. But to be honest, where is Chaoguang World? How far is it? What's the situation? We don't know anything. We only know that there's hope there, the hope of taking a step forward. That's why young people always go there without hesitation, but very few return. Chapter 149. P.S. Please help me make an initial order. Thank you. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyi was a little vigilant, Du Ouz laughed. Don't be nervous. They're not human traffickers, so they won't drag you to do some taboo and inhumane experiments. It's just that every step on the path of foundation establishment is more and more difficult. It's so difficult that very few people are able to grow enough to come back on their own. I heard that there were people who came back with great cultivation in our world, but that's just a historical legend. No one can prove it. You have to know that no matter what level of cultivation world it is, the most important wealth is people. People with talent are the cornerstone of the cultivation world. As for you, you can build your foundation in such a low-level world of cultivation, which means that your talent is not bad. Therefore, you are valued. This is the reason why the Outer Heaven flying boat will come here every once in a while to search for talent. These principles were not difficult to understand, but if there was no one to guide some things, it would always be like a layer of fog, unable to see through. Chaoguang World? Is it very big? If someone like me goes there, will I be at the bottom? Will I have to climb up from the beginning again? Senior, Chaoguang World has been sending people here for a long time, right? Don't other cultivation worlds come here to send people here? For example, a higher level cultivation world? Du Ouz pointed at him. You're a sensible person. Of course, the level of cultivation there is much higher than here, so it's necessary to tuck your tail between your legs. As for how you tuck your tail between your legs, it depends on your own ability. Chaoguang World has been sending people here for tens of thousands of years, but no other world has ever come here. Anyway, it's not mentioned in the history of cultivation. The reason why only people from Chaoguang World come here may be that they are the closest to here. Those farther away may not know about this place, and maybe they don't even care about it. You little guy, you want to go to the highest level cultivation world in one step, right? Heh, 9 out of 10 young people would have such thought. But you can't be fat in one bite. You may be able to survive in a middle-level cultivation world like Chaoguang World, but if you really go to a higher-level world, I'm afraid you won't even have dregs left. Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. You see, it wasn't easy for me to familiarize myself with the environment, and now I have to go to another place. It's really sad to keep changing places. In the end, I feel like a person without a home. Du Ouz shook his head. Be content. At the very least, you still have that kind of opportunity. As for me, I built my foundation too late, so I didn't even have a chance. If he could always reach the upper realm and live forever, what was so important about changing a few more worlds? How bad could the human world be? Our world has been sending talents to Chaoguang for tens of thousands of years. It has always been once in 100 years, and it is not fixed. Therefore, many people who build their Taoist foundation can't wait for the flying boat and die of depression. Even if they wait for the flying boat, they are already old and don't meet the requirements of the flying boat. So it really depends on fate. But 1,000 years ago, the rhythm suddenly changed. It became once every 10 years, and it was very stable. I don't know the reason. Some cultivators who are familiar with the flying boat from Chaoguang said a few words. It seems that because the great calamity is coming, more talents are needed so that more high-level cultivators can appear. But no one knows whether it's true or not. They won't tell you this, so it's not worth it. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. So, it's safest to stay here? If we go there, we may become cannon fodder and die without knowing why. Du Ouyuzi glanced at him. How did you build your Taoist foundation? Was he such a cowardly person? We cultivators have to go through hardships to become great talents. What can we do if we hide in a safe place? Moreover, do you think you're safe hiding here? If Chaoguang can come here, it means that they are not far away from each other. If it's a great calamity for Chaoguang, I'm afraid it's a great calamity for us. Can you hide? Lu Xiaoyi was not convinced. Maybe we're too weak, and the calamity doesn't want us at all? Du Ouyuzi felt that he had misjudged him. This little individual cultivator seemed to be decisive, but he didn't expect him to cherish his life so much. But he had already given it away, so he couldn't take it back, right? The first test of the flying boat is age. Those who build their Taoist foundation under the age of 25 must be chosen. Those who build their Taoist foundation at the age of 35 must be chosen. How old are you this year? Lu Xiaoyi replied, I'm 31. Du Ouyuzi laughed. You see, when Wang Dingshan's airship lands, you will be 32 years old. That's almost the upper limit. That's why I said you might be selected, but you might not be. That's the reason. Lu Xiaoyi asked, are there any other conditions? Du Ouyuzi nodded. Of course, including the bone structure, aptitude, comprehension, and many other things. But the standards are set by the people of Chaoguang. We don't know the rules. At that time, we can only resign ourselves to fate and let others choose. Lu Xiaoyi also sighed. It seems that you didn't give these things for free. I'm very likely to meet you again. The two parted ways after half a day. Lu Xiaoyi promised that if he couldn't board the flying boat, he would pay a visit to the Kongling sect as soon as possible. In his opinion, the Kongling sect's current situation might not be very good. Otherwise, why would the giant Lu sect get the news, but the Kongling sect's Du Ouyuzi come? Moreover, this meeting gift was really a bit shabby. When Lu Xiaoyi was eating gas, he became rich by relying on red thread worms. At his richest, he had more than 200 middle-grade spirit stones. But now that he had built his Taoist foundation, his status was very different. So, this meeting gift and signing fee were only 10 middle-grade spirit stones? It wasn't that he looked down on this little amount of resources. Although this amount of resources was very little, it was a great help to him now that he didn't have a clone. It couldn't be just a matter of quantity. From these details, he could faintly see the Kongling sect's predicament. They were thirsty for talents, and it also showed that they were facing an urgent situation where they lacked talents. It wasn't easy. If he really went to such a sect, it was actually quite good. There were fewer restrictions and freedom, which was more in line with his temperament. Moreover, Du Ouyuzi was a good person. Through him, he could roughly see the way a sect did things. Lu Xiaoyi liked this kind of peaceful attitude, because he was actually a person who didn't want to make progress. Now that he had achieved the goal of prolonging his life by 100 years, he didn't want to make progress and had an indifferent attitude towards the future. In his heart, he had no interest in immortals. He even had an inexplicable feeling of disgust. If people really had immortality, what was the difference between 10,000 years and 1,000 years? He had drifted in the universe for countless years. In fact, he could be considered a soul with immortality, but he really didn't feel the meaning of living for so long. Life was bitter, tiring, retribution, and sin. 100 years wasn't enough, so he wanted to live for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Wasn't there something wrong with him? Chapter 150. The two of them separated. Lu Xiaoyi was in a good mood. He jumped and slid across the fertile water. However, the problem was that the river path he had chosen looked like grass from the opposite side, but it was actually reeds. His feet had sunk into the mud. Fortunately, He had spiritual power and his body was light, so he wasn't unable to move. However, the mud on his trousers was also very ugly. He needed to learn Duouz's flying technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, this kind of awkwardness was completely unworthy of a foundation establishment cultivator like him. The technique was called cloud gazing. As the name implied, it was looking and not walking, indicating that flying was relatively low. Gazing at the clouds were above the head. One could imagine how low it was. Lu Xiaoyi practiced along the way. At first, he didn't dare to fly too high. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to maintain his spiritual energy and would fall to his death. Could a cultivator fall to his death? It sounded unimaginable, but it was a real thing. In his previous life, even something as precise as an airplane could fall, let alone a human. There were always accidents. Brain spasms, feet cramps, chest tightness, and stomach cramps. There was a historical record of a newly advanced foundation establishment cultivator who was indescribably excited after learning the flying technique. In the end, he flew high into the air and encountered a cold air shear. Under the combined effects of the high-altitude lack of oxygen, rapid freezing and wind shear, he fell from a height of thousands of feet. Even if his body was tough, he still couldn't save his little life. It was a very typical case. A cultivator's body could be immune to all kinds of diseases. But since it was the cultivation world, there would always be strange changes in nature. For a novice, it was still full of dangerous variables. He needed to adapt a little bit, let the body, meridians, and spiritual energy become instinctive. Only then could he achieve the fastest reaction without thinking when danger appeared. Along the way, Lu Xiaoyi was also trying his best to adapt to the use of his divine sense. This was the most fundamental breakthrough for a cultivator after they had built their Tao foundation. Because from then on, apart from their eyes, ears, nose, and other senses, a cultivator also had the most important window to observe the world. This window would accompany them for the rest of their lives, no matter what heights they reached in the future. Human beings, from birth to building their Taoist foundation, had always relied on the eyes, nose, ears, tongue, and body of the six senses. This was also how ordinary people came into contact with the world and obtained information. They had long been used to seeing with their eyes, hearing with their ears, smelling with their nose, distinguishing with their tongue, and feeling with their body, thus forming a set of three-dimensional senses about the world. Now, they possessed a brand new method, divine sense. To be able to go further, to be more concealed, to be able to ignore obstacles, and to even be able to control it, to be able to replace almost all of the other five senses, this was a huge leap. However, the prerequisite was that they had to be familiar with this method. It was not like a skill board that could be used automatically once they had it. This required a long period of familiarization and required practice. Even if you used it to observe other people's daily life every day, it was also a way to practice. When Lu Xiaoyi was flying at high speed in complicated terrain, he needed to maximize his divine sense, because the information provided by his eyes was no longer enough to ensure that he could fly. It was like the planes in his previous life. When flying through canyons, you had to have a comprehensive understanding of the entire terrain. By the time you saw a mountain on the opposite side and turned around, it was often too late. All of this required long-term practice. Practice reflected the information obtained from the divine sense in the cerebral cortex and sea of consciousness, guiding the next step of the action. As one became more and more proficient in flying high, middle, low, and complicated terrains, valleys, forests, buildings, and even underwater, with the growth of one's cultivation, one's divine sense would become more and more powerful, forming a kind of instinct. Under any circumstances, one could skillfully use the divine sense and the other five senses to complement each other and weave a unique cognitive network. Only then could one become a truly mature and combat-capable building foundation cultivator. Cultivation was a complicated system, and the higher one went, the more complicated it became. When he was in the qi-eating stage, he felt that it was very simple, and he only needed to take a few aspects into consideration. However, when he was in the foundation, countless problems flooded in, making him flustered. The problem of how to balance the divine sense and the other five senses, what was light and what was heavy. The problem of cultivation techniques. These were not even set in stone yet. Although he was sure that he was walking on the path of cultivation, the path of cultivation also had countless branches. It needed to be solved through the power of the sect. Either he went to Chao and was randomly assigned, or he went to the ethereal sect. The problem of how to train his mental power. Since the divine sense was going to play an important role in his future cultivation, then how could he improve it to the greatest extent? The problem of his body. Because of his small Dao body, he was able to endure the huge changes in his body during the foundation building foundation. Then, if he wanted to reach the controlled Dan realm, what kind of physical conditions would he need? There were also countless problems. The problem of techniques. The problem of movement techniques. The problem of whether he still needed to continue practicing his sword techniques. And so on. There were problems that he might not even realize. The more he cultivated, the more troublesome it would be. Lu Xiaoyi was very depressed. He originally wanted to be a happy rice worm, but now he realized that it was not easy to be a rice worm that lived a little longer. Right, there was also the problem of luck. When he was in the qi-consuming realm, the cloud in his sea of consciousness was a floating luck. But after he established his Dao foundation, this floating luck had changed. At that time, Lu Xiaoyi did not care about this. But after he established his foundation building foundation, he realized that the floating luck had changed along with the increase in his cultivation. Floating meant that it moved with the flow of luck, and could not be controlled by itself. Chasing meant that he had the ability to chase after it, and was no longer something that others could do as they pleased. However, he still needed to slowly figure out what the difference was. Since the day he started cultivating, he had always been in a free-range state in this aspect. He had a feeling that as his current realm increased, this thing would become more and more important to him. From the moment he established his Dao foundation, cultivators needed a system to support them. There were many things that could not be accomplished by the efforts of a single person. If he continued to cultivate as a loose cultivator, he would only be lacking in certain aspects, and this would become more and more obvious in various aspects of cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi was generally considered to be a lazy person. He did not like to kill people and steal their treasures, nor did he like to explore and uncover secrets. He did not mind joining a sect to pass the days. If the sky fell, there would be tall people to hold it up. If the ground sank, there would be fatter people to cushion it. Unless someone really provoked him, he was actually a very kind and calm person. 2 months later, Lu Xiaoyi left the Jiaoyi country and entered the Great Yu country. He did not pass through the customs, so he did not obtain the normal entry documents. But it did not matter. He was not going to enter the city. As a cultivator, his biggest characteristic was that he was increasingly disregarding the rules of the mortal world. Crossing mountains and crossing rivers, what did he need those identity documents for? Cultivators were still free. Their strength was the proof. Cultivators should try their best to avoid shocking the world in the mortal world. This was an unwritten, unspoken rule. But if it was just running fast, it would not be too shocking. Lu Xiaoyi chose to use his legs instead of riding a horse. The most important thing was that he did not need to look for the official road, which would lead to a lot of trouble with the travel documents. Going in a straight line was always better than going in a long way. Especially since he had mastered the basics of flying, ordinary rivers, lakes, and hills could no longer stop him. This allowed him to advance much faster, saving him more time than he had planned. Chapter 151. After another 2 months of traveling through the Great Yu State, he would arrive at the Tsung Mountains. This was the largest mountain range in the world, spanning for nearly 10,000 li and spanning for 2,000 li, separating the state of Liang from most other countries. After crossing the Tsung Mountains, he would arrive at the state of Liang, which was also his destination. In a small town at the foot of the Tsung Mountains, Lu Xiaoyi looked at the mountains in the distance. The average height was several thousand zhong, which made him sigh. He could not fly over it. His soul had also drifted in the universe for many years, but as a soul, he could not feel the changes in his surroundings. In a world inhabited by humans, The changes in the environment were quite large with the changes in height. The temperature would drop sharply above 1,000 jong, not to mention the changes in the wind direction between the mountains. If he flew in a straight line, he would have to fly at least 3,000 jong to get rid of the obstacles in the mountains, which he could not do. If he flew around the mountains at a height of 1,000 jong, he did not think he would be able to get out. This was the reason he found this small town, because it was a very famous starting point in the Tsong Mountains. Many caravans set out from here, heading towards the state of Liang. After spending some money, Lu Xiaoyi successfully found a caravan that had set out recently. Most of them were merchants from the Great Yu state, but there were also a few from the state of Liang. The goods they brought were mainly silk, tea, and porcelain. These were very popular goods in the state of Liang, so there was no need to worry about sales. Lu Xiaoyi was one of the few pure guests, and also the only person in the night illumination. This made everyone guess that he was a young master who had fallen on hard times. The political situation in the night illumination was constantly changing, and there were those who were proud and those who were disappointed. It was inevitable that people would be displaced. A young master dressed like a scholar did not even have a servant to accompany him, and yet he wanted to cross the Tsong Mountains alone. There was no other reason. After several days of preparation, a large donkey caravan set out. Several hundred mountain donkeys were the only core of this caravan. In the Gobi Desert, there were camels, while in the plains, there were horses. In the Tsong Mountains, the animals that the people relied on the most were the mountain donkeys. These animals were hardworking, had great endurance, and could withstand extreme cold. They could travel very steadily in the mountains, and were adept at climbing and descending slopes. They were animals that were born for the mountains. Their only problem was that they were a little stubborn, but with the help of experienced mountain people, this was not a problem. The entire trade route was bumpy. There were roads in some places, but there were no roads at all. Therefore, there were no luxurious things like donkey carts. Everyone, including the mountain people, guards, merchants, and travelers, were all donkeys. There was no distinction between high and low. Those who took this trade route earned money through hard work. Almost no old people could be seen. Most of them were young and strong. There was only a family of 4 among the travelers. There were 2 old people and a woman carrying an infant. Lu Xiaoyi was given a grass donkey, a female donkey. In fact, most of the donkey caravan was made up of grass donkeys, except for the few that were called donkeys. This was the nature of mountain donkeys. If they were all called donkeys, there would be no need for them to do anything else on the road except to stop them from fighting. Grass donkeys were much more docile and had good endurance, so the majority of the donkey caravan was made up of grass donkeys. This was also a characteristic of the Tsong Mountains. This was a young grass donkey. There was nothing special about it compared to the other donkeys. It had a white spot on its forehead, like a small white flower in full bloom. Lu Xiaoyi gave it a name, Little White. Little White had a pair of gentle and quiet eyes. At a glance, one could tell that it was a mild-tempered donkey. Lu Xiaoyi liked it very much. Everyone was preparing food and clothing. Unlike in the Gobi Desert, there was no need to prepare too much water. This was because there were many mountain springs and lakes along the way. Once they entered the deep mountains, where snow covered the land all year round, there was even less need for water. Every merchant had a few dozen donkeys, and some even had 7 or 8 donkeys. While carrying goods, these daily necessities were naturally not an issue. Travelers were different. Their own grass donkey had someone sitting on it, so they couldn't carry too much. Thus, they had to follow a few more donkeys. For example, the family of 4, 3 adults and 1 child, had 3 donkeys riding on them. They also had to hire 3 donkeys to carry their supplies. The leader of the caravan also asked Lu Xiaoyi to hire 1 more donkey, but he refused. He had a storage ring, so he was more prepared than anyone else. He only wrapped a cloth bag and placed it on Little White. The leader didn't try to persuade him. He was already an adult, so he had clearly stated the pros and cons. If he was still so stubborn, then he was asking for it. If he ran out of supplies along the way, then he could only buy it at a high price. In this place, no one cared about a young master like him. The distance in a straight line across the Tsong Mountains was less than 1,000 li. However, it was impossible to travel in a straight line like in the Gobi Desert. They had to avoid dangerous areas, so it wasn't surprising that they had to travel 300 li out of 100 li. It was a process that was repeated over and over again. Under normal circumstances, this journey would take about a month and a half. More or less, it all depended on whether the heavens were watching over them. There were also dangers, such as landslides, avalanches, and attacks by wild beasts. Of course, there were also man-made disasters. This was why they had to follow the guidance of the indigenous mountain guides in order to establish the trade route. They were inextricably linked to the mountain bandits. In other words, the trade route had to be bought along the way, not fought. The first 10 days or so went very smoothly. The terrain wasn't too high, and it wasn't too dangerous either. There were still roads to be found, so the donkeys were very happy. They maintained a speed of about 100 li a day. Lu Xiaoyi found the straw donkey very pleasing to the eye. After 10 days, the straw donkey found him very pleasing to the eye as well. This was because it felt that its master was very light this time. He was so light that it didn't feel much burden. Moreover, its master would give it extra meals every night after they went out to find food. A carrot or a piece of bin cake were all things that it liked to eat. The mountain donkeys didn't need to be fed. Every day, after they set up camp, they would look for food on their own. They would eat grass, roots, fruits, and anything else. This was also why they had to rely on them to cross the Tsong Mountains. After 10 days or so, the mountain path became rugged and steep. There were no longer any ready-made roads. Many places had to be explored by the guides before they could be traversed. This was because of the harsh climate of the mountains, the erosion of mountain torrents, and the collapse of mud and rocks. There were 4 or 5 guides, all of whom were very experienced indigenous mountain people. There were also 10 or so bodyguards, all of whom were brave warriors and hunters among the mountain people. Warriors weren't welcomed here because martial arts weren't important here. What was important was the ability to survive in the mountains. The guides were at the front, and the bodyguards were in the middle of the group. The last 2 bodyguards were at the back of the group. A few travelers were arranged to be at the back of the group, including the family of 4, Lu Xiaoyi, and a middle-aged man who looked like an official and his attendant. He actually didn't know much about the security situation in this world. Even though he had been in Pu City for many years, he had never really integrated into the lives of the people at the bottom. Although the forces in Lu province weren't there, they could still dispel most of the malice for him. Not to mention, this was Dau, not Tongye, but Dau, a country that was famous for its wars and frequent changes of dynasties. Chapter 152. No one seemed to be too worried, especially the family of 4. The old and the young, the only one in her prime was a woman wearing a veil. That child never seemed to cry. It was always quiet. It was so quiet that Lu Xiaoyi wanted nothing more than to open the swaddling cloth and see what was inside. He was rarely curious and knew that this thing would harm others, but he still couldn't figure it out. Perhaps the child was mute. The group stopped in front of them. According to a guard, a mountain bear had attacked the donkey group and dragged away a straw donkey along with the goods on its back. The mountain bear's scientific name was King Kong bear. It had a large body and was the king of the Tsong Mountains food chain. When it stood up, it was 3 meters tall and had thick skin. When it swung its paws, it was impossible for humans to resist. Normally, it wouldn't directly bite its prey to death. Instead, it would bite its prey's throat and drag it back. The prey couldn't scream and couldn't resist its brute force, so it was dragged away and disappeared into the boundless forest. There was nothing that could be done about it. The merchant could only accept his bad luck. No one would risk hunting a bear for his goods, not even the brave mountain people. Soon, the reorganized group continued on their journey. This kind of thing happened every time they went on a trade route. Fortunately, King Kong bears were solitary animals and didn't gather in groups. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult for a group of mountain bears to destroy the entire group. When they passed by the site of the incident, The straw donkey Little White felt uneasy. It was probably because it smelled something that annoyed it. Lu Xiaoyi could also smell it. His six senses as a foundation establishment cultivator were much sharper than ordinary people. He patted Little White's head. Although it didn't give him any intelligence, it still made the straw donkey feel at ease. Mountain donkeys were very smart animals and had an innate sense of safety. Just like Little White, it felt very safe when its master sat next to it. Therefore, even when it was sleeping at night, it wouldn't stay with the donkeys. Instead, it would stand next to its master's low tent. The group continued on. For the guide and the guards, they couldn't waste too much time on a one-way trip because they still had to take another trip to the Tsung Mountains. It was currently winter, so it was the best time to go on a trade trip. Many people believed that a trade route like this should avoid the cold of winter and instead choose to cross during the summer or autumn. This was incorrect, because in the Tsung Mountains, the problems caused by the melting snow in the summer were far more dangerous than the cold of winter. Moreover, in winter, the ground was a lot harder. Mountain donkeys were not afraid of the cold, but they were afraid of mud. It would make it difficult for them to move. They had also encountered two groups of bandits, both of which were sent off with money. They also had some supplies, all of which had been prepared beforehand. The wool came from the sheep's back, and they had all come from the high fees of merchants and travelers. Most likely, this was an ancient rule of the Tsung Mountains, and it would not change just because Lu Xiaoyi was among them. Then, in the middle of a battle, he would stumble into a cave and obtain some sort of opportunity. He was thinking too much. On the other hand, human nature showed itself when faced with danger. The journey became more and more difficult. The lack of oxygen in the mountains tested the physical fitness of the mortals. What surprised Lu Xiaoyi was that the travelers were all fine. Whether it was the middle-aged official, the two elders, or the infant in the swaddling clothes, he didn't even think about it. For it to not cry or make a fuss for several weeks straight, even an idiot would know that something was hidden in the swaddling clothes. However, the rest of the caravan remained silent, so why should he bother to get to the bottom of it? The bandits would appear not far from the Tsung Mountains, and they would not take root in the depths of the Tsung Mountains. They were also humans, and they needed to survive. Those who could live in the depths of the Tsung Mountains were not bandits, but mountain spirit. A month passed, and they had already crossed the most difficult part of the journey. As a whole, their route began to descend further and further. Only then did the merchants relax, and smiles appeared on their faces. Overall, this was a successful journey. They had only lost a few dozen mountain donkeys. Some had been led away by the Vaja bears, while others had fallen down the mountain streams. For a caravan of more than 200 donkeys, this loss was truly not that great. As they crossed a glacier, a long line of people appeared in front of them. Just like them, it was also a caravan. However, to Lu Xiaoyi's surprise, the guides and guards immediately became nervous. Even the Vaja bears had not made them this nervous, and the bandits had also treated them as if nothing had happened. However, when facing a similar caravan, a guard urged his donkey to gallop past, shouting, "Everyone gather together. Quick, quick!" The guides, guards, merchants, and their entourage moved very quickly gathering together. Lu Xiaoyi found this very strange, so he shouted at the guard. "What's going on? Do you want to fight? I'm just a traveler. This has nothing to do with me, right?" The middle-aged official passed by him. "Nothing to do with you? You're in this caravan, so everything has to do with you. Don't you see that the caravan is from the kingdom of Liang? The kingdom of Liang and Great You have been enemies for generations. Although this has nothing to do with the merchants, every time they meet in Tsung Ridge, they still have to see who's better. The loser can only blame his bad luck, and the winner can get an extra batch of goods." Lu Xiaoyi laughed heartlessly. "I don't have any goods." The middle-aged man looked at him with disdain. "Young man, don't be so impudent. You have money, so do you think you can stay out of this? If you don't stand with everyone, when they find you, no one will help you." In the end, Lu Xiaoyi did not stand with the caravan. It was not that he did not want to take responsibility, but that he really did not know how to fight back if he was attacked. He did not want to get involved in matters that had nothing to do with him, especially when it came to a group of people who were using the banner of opposing countries as an excuse to swallow the other's goods. The Tsong Ridge was vast and covered in ravines and forests. Every guide had their own route, so the chances of running into each other in Tsong Ridge were very small. This time, if it were not for the fact that both sides had appeared on the same glacier and were separated by the same distance, it would have been impossible for them to run into each other in the forest. What surprised Lu Xiaoyi was that there were others who chose to watch from the sidelines like him. It was the family of 4. However, their choice to watch from the sidelines was understandable. There were 2 old people, a woman, and a child. There was no reason for them to get involved in the fighting. Both sides were consciously approaching each other. Lu Xiaoyi really could not understand why they were doing this. You could either become a bandit and rob without any regard for the rules, or you could just do your business honestly. This way, you would not have an advantage in terms of numbers. Who could guarantee that you would be able to take advantage of the situation? However, it was very difficult to understand the affairs of the mountain people. Some of the grudges left behind by their ancestors had slowly been magnified over time through countless conflicts, until it was unmanageable. Perhaps this was their way of doing business, and outsiders could not change it. The 2 groups of people fought fiercely. When Lu Xiaoyi saw this, he could not help but laugh involuntarily. Neither side used any weapons and were only fighting with their bare hands. However, every punch landed on flesh, and they were putting in a lot of effort. It seemed that neither side was stupid. If someone really died, how could it be good to go to the other country to do business? Soon, the Yu side could not hold on any longer. Their numbers dwindled until all the people who had participated in the fight were lying on the ground, groaning and groaning, unable to get up. There were still about 20 people on the other side standing. Chapter 153. Lu Xiaoyi was not clear about the rules between them. He thought that the next step would be to distribute the goods of his caravan. However, he did not expect that the 20 or so people of Liang would turn their attention to the few of them who were just here to watch the show. As it turned out, the mountain people were tough and simple. Compared to the mountain people on the other side, they looked down on people who lacked courage. This was also the reason why the official who acted like he could not fight rushed up and threw a few punches, then pretended to be injured and fell down. Seeing the Liang people approaching with ill intentions, Lu Xiaoyi sighed. As expected, it was wrong to just watch the show. It would not please either side. However, before he could speak, the woman of the family of 4 moved first. She lightly patted the swaddling cloth in her hand. Immediately, the sound of a baby crying sounded like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling. Then, something crawled out from the swaddling cloth. It had a big head and a small body, looking a little like a salamander. It was very strange. Regardless of whether it was the Liang people or the Great Yu people, those who were standing all knelt down, while those who were lying down also turned over and prostrated themselves on the ground, calling out to the baby mother. Lu Xiaoyi knew how strange the borderlands were. They had encountered the religion of the natives of the Tsong mountain range. The woman did not speak. The salamander cried out a few times, then shrunk back into the swaddling cloth, as if nothing had happened. Within the Tsong mountain range, regardless of whether it was the Great Yu side or the Liang side, the mountain people were all religious. The Wo sect had a holy infant, and the ones responsible for raising and protecting the holy infant were the mothers. They had a high status in the Wo sect, and were existences that could not be belittled. This was not only because of their status, but also because the Wo sect's fighting strength was expressed in these mothers and their holy infants. To put it bluntly, this was a cultivation sect that specialized in rearing spiritual pets. However, the spiritual pets they reared were very simple, which was a type of spiritual salamander. Their orthodoxy, however, was more inclined towards the curse lineage of Taoism. In addition to the special environment and audience, their unique totem culture formed the formation of the Wall sect. It was also a orthodoxy with a very long lifespan in this world. People often referred to it as an evil sect. In fact, it was only because people did not understand their traditional culture and could not accept that they were more inclined towards the culture left behind by their ancestors. It was not because of how much evil this sect had done or how many people they had killed. There was no need for the infant mother to say anything else. The two combatants helped each other up, hugged each other's shoulders, and greeted each other. They did not realize that they were the ones who had broken each other's ribs. This was the way the mountain people of the Tsong mountain range got along with each other. On both sides of the Tsong mountain range, they belonged to two different countries, and they were both under the same belief of the Wo sect. They were opposed to each other amidst the integration, and they survived in conflict. It was hard to say whether the country had a greater influence on them, or whether their belief was the only thing they could rely on to survive. It was very difficult for this kind of method to exist in other countries in the world, because they did not have the natural disposition of the Tsong mountain range's mountain people, who coexisted in a barbaric and rustic way. Different places raised different people, so how could they have the same culture and the same personality? At the very least, this taught Lu Xiaoyi how to face different ideologies in his future cultivation. He was still growing, and the world he saw was too small. His vision was too limited, and he did not have much experience. Although compared to ordinary people, he could be considered to have seen a lot of the world, but among cultivators, he was a true ant. Fortunately, he had never been a meddlesome person, nor was he a person who was bursting with a sense of justice. Although he could not remember who he was in his previous life, the ideologies that he had left behind in his previous life were still imperceptibly influencing him. Of course, there was no need to divide the goods. After this fight, neither side had obtained anything. The only thing they had gained was a large number of injured people. Flesh wounds were common, and there were plenty of people who had suffered broken bones. However, the valiance of the Tsong mountain range's mountain people was on full display at this moment. They climbed onto their donkeys and continued on their journey, as if this small dispute that could not be any smaller was just a part of their lives. The caravan continued on its journey. Because the infant mother was among the passengers, the mountain people became extremely respectful. This was not the fake affection and flattery that the lower class of the outside world had for the higher class. This was true respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. There was a guide and 6 guards protecting them closely, as if this family of 4 was the most precious thing in the caravan. As a fellow traveler, Lu Xiaoyi also enjoyed this kind of protection. However, the respect these simple mountain people had for the infant mother was sincere, and they did not hide their disdain for people like him who were as cowardly as a mouse, hiding behind a woman's back. He did not care. There was no need for him to stand out and play the hero every time something happened. Sometimes, watching others play the hero was also very interesting. From what he could sense, this woman's cultivation should be at the late stage of Chi Eater, which was fundamentally different from his own. However, he had no idea what was so special about that salamander. If there was a dispute, he would immediately kill that thing. However, this was just a contingency plan. It was basically impossible for it to happen. This woman was very low-key. This was also the nature of cultivators, so it was not strange. At night, the family of 4 was arranged to camp in the center of the caravan. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi had nothing to do with this place. The next day, he took the initiative to keep a distance from the family of 4 and fell to the back of the caravan. Although he did not want to be in the limelight, he was not interested in being looked down upon every day. Naturally, he fell to the back of the caravan and got mixed up with the 2 mountain people who were undercover. Due to his clumsy performance as a bystander in the melee, even the Tsong mountain people who did not like to talk could not help but mock him. Have the people of the Shining Night always been so weak? The men of the Shining Night don't even dare to participate in a battle that they know will not result in death. I really wonder how the Shining Night Kingdom survived. Did they rely on marriage alliances? Lu Xiaoyi really did not want to argue with these muscle-headed mountain people, but he had nothing to do anyway. In fact, this journey was a little too boring for him. First of all, in terms of history, the Shining Night Kingdom has been around for much longer than the Great Yu. You all mocking the Shining Night Kingdom is like summer cicadas mocking green birds. You want to compare whose life force is stronger. A man who is beaten black and blue all day long wants to brag about his bravery in front of others, as if the scars all over his body represent his glory. Isn't that laughable? Whether the Shining Night Kingdom is strong or not, and how it survives, the neighbors of the Shining Night Kingdom know very well. Unfortunately, the Great You does not have the right to know this. As for the games you played on the glacier, the Shining Night Kingdom's children may be able to play these games, but they won't when they grow up. Who doesn't know how to play when they are young? When it came to bickering, how could the mountain people be a match for the scholars of the Shining Night Kingdom? You're a young man with arms and legs, but you're under the protection of others the entire time. You're like a baby, and even a baby is more useful than you. Lu Xiaoyi was very serious. Please get one thing straight, I spent money, a whole 50 taels of silver. In the Great You, that's enough money for a family to live for 1 or 2 years. Why should I give it to you? Didn't I ask for your help? If I didn't need your protection, why would I spend the money? My family doesn't run a mine. Is this a deal? Do you understand? If you have the strength, then do it. If others have the money, then pay the money. Everyone has their own strengths. Officials, scholars, businessmen, fishermen, hunters. You're selling your strength, and now you're blaming me for not being able to protect myself. Then if you go to buy ironware, can't the blacksmith say, buy it or not, and if you're not satisfied, then go get it yourself? You still have the nerve to talk about fighting. Since you took the money, you should take responsibility. Now, you put the guests in unnecessary danger for no reason, and blame the guests for not being brave enough. I gave you 50 taels of silver just to come here and be beaten up. Chapter 154. The 2 guards wanted to fight, but they were simple and honest people. They had a long history of making a living and would not do anything that would harm the interests of their guests. However, they had never seen someone who could portray cowardice in such a righteous and dignified manner. A few days later, Little White woke up and lost its master. Its uneasy howls attracted the attention of the mountain people. There was nothing unusual at the scene. There were no traces of Vajra bears, wolves, or other wild beasts. There was not even a single thing left behind. Tents, clothes, or food. It was as if this person did not exist at all. Everyone was still puzzled when the infant mother spoke for the first time. There's no need to look for him. He's already gone. There's no need to worry about his safety. There's nothing in the Tsong Mountains that can threaten him. A low-level cultivation world was indeed a low-level cultivation world. It was difficult to cultivate high-level cultivators in the mortal world. Similarly, the mountains, rivers, and lakes could not give birth to powerful mountain spirits and water monsters. This was just an ordinary journey after all. An ordinary journey should be like an ordinary journey, not a journey for a nobody to become a god. There was no need to waste time with the caravan for the last 10 days of the journey. The mountains began to lower. When Lu Xiaoyi reached the middle of the sky, he could already see the plains and cities in the distance. That was the land of the Liang Kingdom. He walked unhurriedly on this piece of land, no longer trying to practice the flying technique that he had just begun to master. He was very clear that the once-in-a-decade flying boat appointment was the time when the foundation establishment cultivators that had emerged in the last decade would gather in large numbers. The country of Liang during this time period was the center of cultivation in this part of the world. If he showed off his shallow cultivation methods here, he might be punished by others. There were still 4 months left. It was enough for him to find Mount Wang Dingshan. He did not even have to look for his way because there were always cultivators flying overhead to guide him. He was curious about his experience of rushing to Zhaoye City under the night sky. It was also a once-in-a-decade meeting at Phoenix Mountain, but he did not notice the abnormality in the sky. One could only imagine how slow he was at that time. The foundation establishment cultivators were flying in the sky, while the ants below were hurrying along. No one would even think of coming down to take a look. It was also in line with reality. When an eagle flew across the sky, who would think of looking at what the ants below were busy with? A month later, at the foot of Wangding Mountain, the scene was the same as at Phoenix Mountain. This was not a market square, but a large open slope at the foot of Mount Wangding. It was somewhat similar to Mount Feng Huang. Lu Xiaoyi could roughly guess the significance of choosing such a terrain. It was wide enough and had a good view, allowing everyone to witness this grand occasion. This would help to stimulate the cultivators' motivation to work hard in cultivation. The most outstanding cultivators would be sent to the upper realm. It was the best gimmick. Sporadic transactions had already begun, but they had yet to become mainstream, because what the cultivators were most concerned about right now was which cultivators would be chosen by Chow Bai. They were trying their best to analyze each person's growth, experience, strength, and potential, trying to find a pattern from it so that the future generations would have a direction to follow. Of course, this mainly referred to the outstanding figures within the sect, and did not include rogue cultivators who grew up in the wild. However, this did not affect anything, because the number of rogue cultivators who could grow up on their own within 10 years was extremely limited, and could be counted on one's fingers. At this place, there was already no need to hide anything, and they could not hide anything. With the mediation of the sect, some grievances were also suppressed. At this place, boarding the flying ship was the most important thing, everything else was not important. On the slope was the gathering of chi-eating cultivators. They came here with the seniors of the sect to broaden their horizons, and also to exchange what they needed and make friends. Because the entire world's cultivation resources were limited, the cultivation world was not very developed, so it was far from the point of fighting over this. It was just like the slums of the mortal world. What was there to fight over? Everyone was poor. The terrain behind the slope was a bit complicated, but they were the true protagonists of this gathering. There was also no competition between them, because the guests from Chao Chaoguang never set a limit on the number of people they could receive. If there were 10 people who met the conditions, they would receive 10, if there were 100, they would receive 100. In history, the most they received was 39 new foundation establishment cultivators, and the least they received was 2. From this, it could be seen that Chow Bai's attitude was that they only looked at quality, and did not care about human feelings. Lu Xiaoyi wandered around the slope for a few days, and did not have any gains. There were not many foundation establishment cultivation items on sale, and in fact, he could not afford them. He only had 10 middle-grade spirit stones in his pocket. When he was in the chi-eating stage, he might be able to buy some cultivation methods and secret techniques, but when he reached foundation establishment, this amount of spirit stones was not enough. Therefore, he also turned to the back of the slope and joined the circle that originally belonged to him. To be honest, he was not very confident. The disparity in all aspects made it impossible for him to do things with ease. This was also his first time joining the circle. For a rogue cultivator, this circle was not very friendly, and it could not be said to be malicious, but the rejection was very obvious. Sects were the mainstream, and this was a fact that could not be changed. Lu Xiaoyi was not angry. You are a self-taught person who did not even have a book. How can you be compared to those who came from famous universities? Fortunately, in the eyes of the Chao Chaoguang cultivators, the so-called orthodox sects of their world were no different from rogue cultivators. They were all ignorant country bumpkins from a low-level cultivation world, and the difference was limited. Based on visual estimation, there were about 30 or so cultivators who had arrived, and these were only cultivators from countries far away. They were afraid that there would be delays on the way, so they chose to come early. No one would play the game of timing, and this was related to their future longevity, so they had to consider everything thoroughly. It could be imagined that as the date got closer, the cultivators would increase by a large margin, and it could also be very accurate to determine how many foundation establishment cultivators would grow in their world in 10 years. Basically, they were all newly advanced foundation establishment cultivators, and very few would come a second time, because the Chao Chaoguang people would not consider how much their combat power had increased in the past 10 years, how many spells they had learned, or how many powerful magic tools they had researched. These things were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Chao Chaoguang people. As long as they went to the Chao Chaoguang, they would be able to make great progress in a short time. They only looked at 2 things, age and potential, because only these 2 things could truly represent your future, and the height you could reach. The only exception was the pill refiners. For pill refiners with special talent, they would not consider your age and potential, but the sects of this world were not stupid. No one would be willing to let a pill refiner who had painstakingly raised by the sect's resources to climb up the social ladder, so they all had oaths. To Lu Xiaoyi, he did not have an advantage in terms of age. He looked young, but the others were really young. As for potential, how would he know what his potential was like? He did not even know the specific balance of the 5 elements in his heart, let alone others. Chapter 155. But he was not alone, because there was a circle of rogue cultivators. Wandering away from the mainstream, they gathered alone on a hill that was shorter than the other hills, as if the height of the hill represented their status. Lu Xiaoyi walked towards them. The 6 of them looked at him warily. "Excuse me, is this the circle of salted fish that is famous in the cultivation world?" It was very rude, very offensive, but to be able to make a name for oneself among the rogue cultivators, which one of them was not a patient person? Falling into a hole was only a legend. The meaning of the legend was that it was far away and not in front of you. Using heroes to describe these people was not an exaggeration at all. The first principle of heroes was to be patient. One of the cultivators laughed self-deprecatingly. "It is indeed the circle of salted fish. 6 salted fish are talking about their experiences of being pickled. May I know which big sect you are from? What do you have to say here?" Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "Then, now it's 7 salted fish." The 6 of them were startled, then laughed out loud. They had a new member who spoke humorously. Immediately, someone took out wine and food. Everyone sat around and drank. They were rogue cultivators. Of course they had their own style. They were not so particular about rules. They were more like heroes of the mortal world. "Friend, where are you from? Where are you from?" Shining Knight Lu Xiaoyi, Dau Wen Qian Li Xia Lanfang. "So what if I have no fixed residence?" Liang Country Murong Qi. After a round of introductions, everyone became closer. Everyone had their own circle. Sects and factions had their own circle. Rogue cultivators also had their own circle. Everyone understood the principle of sticking together for warmth. Regardless of whether they went to Chao Bai or stayed in this world, they would be able to leave some ties with each other. Who knew when they would come in handy? Lu Xiaoyi raised his cup. "Here's to the salted fish turning over." Everyone roared in agreement. Turn his mother upside down. This was one of the rare occasions where they didn't need to be wary of each other, because they weren't enemies. In fact, none of the Foundation establishment cultivators here were enemies. Even if they were angry, they knew what was important and what was important. After a short exchange, Lu Xiaoyi was surprised to find that his age was actually the oldest among this group of people. He was the only one above 30, and the rest were all below 30. Hence, he raised his glass again. "Come, let's toast to the late bloomer." His carefree attitude won everyone's favor. Perhaps this kind of favor was far from enough to make people do anything for him, but at least, they could be more open when talking to him. Lu Xiaoyi asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. "Brothers, tell me, what is the so-called potential of the Dawn Upper Realm?" "I'm already at a disadvantage at my age. If my potential is only average, then I'm afraid this trip would have been in vain." Everyone looked at Xia Lanfang. Obviously, everyone agreed that he was the most experienced and knowledgeable person in this group. Fang Shangji didn't refuse. It wasn't easy being a rogue cultivator. Moreover, these things weren't a secret to those who came from sect. This little brother only heard rumors. If what I said is wrong, please forgive me and correct me. Actually, it was mainly because I was on good terms with the seniors of the old sects in Xialan country. They knew that I was coming to Wangding Mountain, so they kindly gave me some pointers. This kind of potential is highly valued by sects when they take people in as disciples. In their opinion, a person's potential is different at different cultivation levels. For example, in the qi eating stage, it's a competition of spiritual roots. In other words, it's the ability to absorb the spiritual vigor of heaven and earth. Some people's spiritual roots are incompatible, and they can only absorb and expel as much as they want. Their speed is incomparably slow, so they're not suitable for cultivation. However, we've all passed this stage, so there's no need to consider it. In the foundation establishment stage, it's a competition of temperament. This kind of thing is more idealistic. What is good? What is bad? There's also no accurate measure. The same thing can be done by different people, and the so-called temperament is also different. The visitors from Chaoguang will definitely use some kind of method to test our temperament. As for how they test us, the method will be different every time. I can only say that when brothers face it, just follow your heart. Don't be deliberate, don't be pretentious, and don't try to fawn over them after guessing. That's the correct way. Everyone nodded. For them to be able to cultivate to this level, they didn't know much about the so-called Great Tao. However, they still understood the basics. Not fawning over them, not being forced, was the foundation of learning the Tao. This was not an official's field. If you tried to fathom the thoughts of a white cultivator, you'd be at a disadvantage. Instead, you'd be treated as a stain on your temperament and be eliminated. What was the so-called dissatisfaction? Then, what's above this? What's called potential? Fang Shengji smiled and said, Brother He, it's not that there's a so-called, but there's a so-called. After the controlled Dan heavenly expert realm, the emphasis is on mental power. But if you really reach the controlled Dan heavenly expert realm, there's no such thing as potential. You're already the backbone of the cultivation world, right? Who would still come and test them? They're all treasures of the sect. Temperament. Lu Xiaoyi really didn't know whether his temperament was good or bad, but there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that he didn't have a Tao heart. What kind of lofty ideals could a person who only thought about being a riceworm have? If he hadn't killed Tianda Emperor and feared that the cultivation world would push him out to be executed, he wouldn't have come to participate in some appointment at Mount Kingtop. Du Ozi said it nicely, saying that he wouldn't pursue the matter after reaching foundation building, but there were always accidents. He couldn't establish his life's safety based on other people's likes and dislikes. What if there came a day when the cultivation world wanted to ease their relationship with the imperial power of the mortal world? Could it be that he would be willing to be an abandoned pawn at that time? It would be better to just walk away. At least he could still feel at ease. Time hurriedly passed as they waited. More and more foundation building cultivators appeared in their line of sight. They were all from sects. There were no more loose cultivators coming, because those who should have come had already come. They were the most enthusiastic group, and also the group most afraid of mishaps on the road. Among the newly arrived foundation building cultivators, Lu Xiaoyi even found an acquaintance, that infant mother, but she wasn't carrying swaddling clothes. She also belonged to a Tao legacy, so she mixed in with the mainstream. Although she was still wearing a veil, only a shadow of her back could be seen, but it couldn't escape his eyes. After all, he'd watched her for a month along the way. Just a light swaying of her steps allowed him to have a photographic memory. Different women walked with different graces. Lu Xiaoyi was far from being an expert, but a foundation building cultivator's instincts wouldn't deceive him. He didn't go over to greet them, it wasn't worth it. The scale of Mount Kingtop this time was even greater than that time at Phoenix Mountain. Not only were there a surge of aura-eating cultivators, but there were also an exceptionally large number of foundation building cultivators. Very soon, there were over 100 people. Lu Xiaoyi was somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Can our world produce 100 foundation building cultivators in 10 years? And it seems like there's still an endless stream. Fang Shengji was also very baffled. Something's wrong. In the past, there weren't even 50 foundation building cultivators coming each time on the flying boats, but there's a lot more now. Moreover, I see that a lot of them have participated in the selection. Look at those few, their beards are almost white. What are they doing here? Chapter 156. It was impossible to guess the inside story. Many things in the cultivation world were hidden from individual cultivators like them. In fact, even if there was a sect with a Taoist tradition, it was divided into a few core sects and a few so-called small sects. For example, Duo Yuzi's Kongling sect and the sect that Fang Shengji was familiar with were all such small sects. They were stronger than individual cultivators, but their history was short and their inheritance was unstable. They were in a state where they could be cut off at any time. During this period, another incident happened. Two Foundation establishment cultivators of the Wall sect came to Mount Wangding. Their purpose was to lock up the traitor disciple, the mother of the Wall sect who was holding the infant in her arms. It was said that in order to participate in the Battle of Mount Wangding, she stole the most spiritual salamander of the Wall sect. Along the way, after entering the country of Liang, she used the salamander's death to establish her own Taoist foundation. In the eyes of the Wall sect, this was an out-and-out rebellion. It was a vicious act of using the sect's resources to achieve one's own goal. However, the woman obviously did not think so. She believed that the spiritual salamander was carefully cultivated by her. It was difficult to judge who was right or wrong in this kind of family matter. Outsiders could not interfere. However, the two visitors of the Wall sect did not achieve their goal because the woman had successfully obtained the approval of most of the Foundation establishment cultivators present. The time to solve the problem was delayed until after Chaoguang Ferry. It's harder for women to cultivate than men. However, once they succeed in cultivation, there are many opportunities. If all of you here were not men, but delicate women, I'm afraid the situation would be much better than now. Fang Shangji sighed. In the cultivation world, at least in this world, women's cultivation was very popular. Especially in the Foundation establishment stage, the ratio of men to women was very different. This made the female Taoist foundation very precious. As a cultivator, who did not want to have a Taoist companion of the same level? To cultivate day and night. If the Taoist companion had some beauty and charm, she would be flocked to like a flock of ducks. This was also the reason why this woman had been here for only a month and so many cultivators were willing to support her. He Shangji shook his head. That woman built her Taoist foundation because of the spirit-absorbing salamander, right? The Wall sect's martial arts are strange and mystical. These disciples don't know the dangers of the Jianghu. If they really do it, don't get sucked in again at night. Everyone laughed. This was a classic case of sour grapes being unable to eat them. Sect disciples did indeed have less time to gain experience outside compared to rogue cultivators like them, but they had a formal system and a long heritage. The so-called dual cultivation also had rules to follow. It was not an evil technique. All of them had reached foundation establishment before the age of 35, which was also the minimum requirement for Chao Guang. This age was the prime of a man's life, the time when his battle prowess was at its strongest. Although cultivators could also control their emotions and desires, there was a limit. Laying foundation is the beginning of the Taoist route. It is the stage where cultivators have the ability but still have flaws in mind control. There is a high demand for female cultivators, which shows the preciousness of the beautiful baby mother. To these rogue cultivators, this was a person they could only watch from afar and could not get close to, so they could only happily talk about it from afar. Lu Xiaoyi was one of the more clear-headed ones among them. Putting the solution to the problem after the ferry? Could it be that this woman had the confidence to be chosen? What if she couldn't be chosen? Would she obediently be locked back? When Qianli sneered, she's not the only one who couldn't be chosen. There will always be someone who is willing to marry her, even if the sect disciples don't want her. Isn't there still us? I see that Shangji is a little tempted. That pair of thieving eyes never left that woman. Who knows, when the matter of redeeming people comes to an end, the brothers who stay behind can help Shangji settle this thought, okay? Everyone cheered. Fang Shangji laughed and scolded. Are you guys sure that I won't be chosen? I think Qianli is just using my name to say his own wish. From afar, Murongqi ran over. He was someone who couldn't stay idle and liked to gather in places where there were many people. Therefore, he often mixed in with the sect cultivators and only brought a pair of ears. Even if others hated him and didn't talk to him, he didn't care. Instead, he became the spy for this group of rogue cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi was very emotional. The pressure of cultivation had polished the rogue cultivators to be incomparably smooth. They looked like they had no edges and corners, but who knew what their true hearts were like? Don't look at how these few people were laughing and joking. In terms of the ability to seize opportunities, in terms of persistence, in terms of perseverance, in terms of ruthlessness, most of the sect disciples couldn't compare. Murong-chi ran closer and whispered, "Great Master Hui-ku is here. I estimate that the Tao-seeking mirror will be activated very soon. We have to start preparing." Everyone was solemn and their faces were solemn. The flying ship from beyond the heavens had never stayed in the lower bound for more than a day. They didn't know what the reason was. Was it because they didn't want to stay for long? Or was it because of other reasons that they couldn't stay for long? But to the foundation-level cultivators who longed to board the ship, time was a little tight. Everyone wanted to be the first to go up and verify. They were afraid that in the end, there wouldn't be enough time and they would lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then, who would be the first? Who would be the last? This was a problem. If it wasn't solved well, there would be a dispute. Thus, after countless times of chaos, the Chaoguang cultivators accepted the pleas of the cultivators and left behind a precious tool for them, the Tao-seeking mirror. This item was something that the cultivators of this world were unable to make. It required at least a controlled Dan heavenly expert and above to make. It was handed over to the controlled Dan heavenly expert several thousand years ago for safekeeping. The purpose was to make a rough assessment of the participating foundation-level cultivators before the flying ship descended. In the end, those who were outstanding would be the first to go, and those who weren't were the last to be selected by the Chaoguang cultivators. This could be considered fair. It was much more peaceful than the past, where it depended on the strength of the sect or whose fist was stronger. In this low-level cultivation world, there weren't many controlled Dan heavenly experts. The Tao-seeking mirror was also not an offensive weapon. Thus, it was controlled by a few controlled Dan heavenly experts in turns. Whoever was in charge of the flying ship would bring it along. No one dared to take it for themselves. If the higher realm cultivators were angered, controlled Dan heavenly experts like them would be wiped out with a wave of their hands. To determine a foundation-level cultivator's potential, one had to look at their temperament. Of course, it would be best if they were outstanding in other aspects as well. Temperament was an all-encompassing thing, and there was no way to set a standard for it. It included the way a cultivator treated others, their likes and dislikes, their personality and habits, their attitude towards nature, their attitude towards life, their attitude towards cultivation, and so on and so forth. Using a phrase from Lu Xiaoyi's previous life to explain, it was the view of the world, the view of nature, and the view of cultivation formed during a cultivator's growth. How the Chaoguang cultivators judged a cultivator's potential was something they didn't know. Perhaps there was a special method, or perhaps it was based on intuition, but there was one thing that could be determined through the methods of cultivation. That was the persistence of the Tao heart. Based on the major events that happened in the short span of 1 to 2 decades of cultivation, such as the persistence of the Tao, the choice of life and death, the respect for the heavenly Tao, the determination to not lose oneself amidst the murderous qi, the attitude one had when facing the fact that the Tao and life could not coexist, all of these could be extracted from the cultivator's consciousness by the Tao-seeking mirror, giving a fair assessment. The Tao heart was not only about temperament, but temperament was also the most important part of the Tao heart. Chapter 157. After thousands of years, it could not be said that the judgment of the Tao-seeking mirror was completely correct, but in most cases, the judgment of the Tao-seeking mirror was basically the final choice of the Chaoguang cultivators. This was not strange. The Tao-seeking mirror was made by the Chaoguang cultivators, so of course it was in line with their ideology. One had to admit that the ranking of the Tao-seeking mirror, in a sense, determined the future of the cultivators. Would they go to the cultivation paradise or spend their lives in this world? Under normal circumstances, the ranking would start in the last month before the airship landed. Now that it was less than a month, Master Hui-ku's arrival was very normal. Lu Xiaoyi was actually very against this ranking, because he felt that this would affect the state of the cultivators when they accepted the test, especially those who were at the back. How could they maintain a calm state of mind? But he had to participate, because if he did not participate, he would be in the last place. No matter how bad it was, his temperament would not be so bad as to drive a duck, right? The ranking also had to be done in order. The disciples of the big sects came first, then the small sects, and finally the rogue cultivators. Because they were not in a hurry, although there were many Foundation establishment cultivators gathered here, some of them were cultivators who had experienced it before, so they did not need to participate. There were about 50 new Foundation establishment cultivators, 2 or 3 a day, so they could finish in a month. Lu Xiaoyi was one of the last few to complete the test of the Tao-seeking mirror. By the time he finished, there were only 3 days left before the airship would descend. The results were not announced immediately, but would wait until the last day when the airship descended. Because there would always be cultivators who were dissatisfied with the results and demanded a retest, questioning the fairness of the test, when the airship descended, no one would dare to cause any trouble. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. When it came to the cultivation world, the difficulty of ranking everyone could be imagined. No one would be willing to submit to anyone. Lu Xiaoyi felt very bad. When he was being searched by the Tao-seeking mirror, he felt that many of his past were magnified, which was very unfavorable for him. For example, he hit people with bricks, sneak-attacked Qing Mu, released red threadworms, stabbed people behind the wall, killed people in the desert, killed people in the desert, killed people. Even he himself did not know what the result would be when all these dark histories were put together. But it would definitely not be a good result. A tyrannical and bloodthirsty image appeared in front of him. Was it like this? It seemed like it, but it also didn't seem like it. There was also his dream of being a rice worm. He would be satisfied if he could live for a few more decades. His parents' insistence on not traveling too far away. He was too lazy to learn about alchemy and equipment. He was too lazy to explore. He even ignored the girl's cries for help when he passed by a small forest. Based on the attitude of a normal cultivator, you should at least go in and take a look. When he reached the Foundation establishment stage, he even had the thought of reuniting with his mother and Aunt Cai after killing the monarch. This was not the attitude of a cultivator. Therefore, he felt that the Tao querying realm cultivators would not have a high opinion of him. But how low could it be? As a rogue cultivator, who didn't have a few lives on their hands. He was still young and didn't know that in the cultivation world, one had to stand on the side of righteousness first. 10,000 years ago, this situation was not obvious. But in the recent 10,000 years, it was necessary to compete before killing because this was the basic morality that everyone followed. Everyone was not in a good mood, because Lu Xiaoyi's situation was also happening to other rogue cultivators. They had no system, no teachers, and no one would teach them what to do. How to find a dignified reason for their actions. And this kind of awareness was integrated into their blood. Parting was imminent, and they could not rest until they were drunk. Perhaps they were not close friends, but at least they were all suffering from the same fate. They had been struggling at the bottom, and it was the same now that they had reached the Foundation establishment stage. In the eyes of the sect cultivators, they were moles that took advantage of the loopholes in the heavenly Tao, trash that wasted the spiritual opportunity of the world. Now, they still wanted to eat swan meat. Fang Ziji raised his cup. Since we have gathered together, it is fate. No matter who among us went to Chaoguang, or who is still here, we should help each other. Because no matter where we are the weaker group. If we are still estranged from each other, then our future is really uncertain. We can't blame anyone for being alone. Everyone raised their cups in agreement. This scene reminded Lu Xiaoyi of the Chaofeng house in Pu City. At that time, it was also 6+1. Little 6 righteous became the little 7, and in the end, it became his lonely branch. Now, it was 6+1 again. Would it continue to be extraordinary? It was not good to think about it anymore. 2 days later, there was a strange movement in the sky. The thick clouds were like boiling water, tumbling endlessly. Soon after, a large hole appeared in the clouds, and a simple and unadorned treasure ship appeared in everyone's line of sight, causing the cultivators of Mount Wang Dingshan to cheer. Thousands of cultivators were cheering. This was the day of celebration for ascending to the next realm, and also the sign of the beginning of the trade fair. After the flying ship left, it was the time for the large group of cultivators to celebrate. The appearance of the flying ship was more like a dress rehearsal for fireworks, and the prelude to a major festival. After all, the flying ship was still too far away from most of the cultivators. The flying ship moved very quickly, and it was hard to imagine how such a huge ship could do this. As the ship got closer, Lu Xiaoyi could finally clearly judge the size of the flying ship. It was about 500 feet long, and more than 10 levels high. How many people could it fit? It would be easy to fit 1,000 people, right? A high-level cultivation civilization is really amazing. A few people sighed. Just as the flying ship started to descend towards Mount Wangding, Master Hui Ku started to announce the order of the cultivators who would be tested later. The names at the beginning had nothing to do with them, they were all elites of their sects. They had never heard of them, nor did they know them, and were too lazy to suck up to them. There were a total of 53 cultivators who had built their Dao foundation in the past 10 years. After the 30th name, they only heard the first name that belonged to a rogue cultivator. Murong Qi, ranked 31st. That is to say, he would be the 31st to accept the test of the Morning Light cultivator. If he succeeded, he would directly enter the flying ship, and would not give you the chance to say goodbye to your friends and family. Fang Shangji, 37th, He Shuo, 42nd, Wen Qianli, 49th, Lu Xiaoyi, 53rd. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Brothers, in the past years, was there anyone who was at the bottom who succeeded? The other rogue cultivators all shook their heads. Murong Qi was straightforward, and spoke the truth the moment he opened his mouth. It's not that those who are at the bottom have no chance, but if you are at the bottom, it seems like you have been a failure for hundreds of years. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Do you guys believe in miracles? Everyone shook their heads again. Rogue cultivators would believe in sweat, blood, and hard work, but they would not believe in miracles. Lu Xiaoyi also shook his head, and pointed at them, short-sighted. Only looking at the present, but not the grand future. Chapter 158. The flying boat landed steadily on the slope. The door of the boat opened wide, as if it was a big mouth. It was dark and could not be explored by divine sense. However, the cultivator from Chaoguang did not come down. Instead, a lazy voice sounded, clear and unquestionable. Chaoguang will ferry all who can be ferried. Today is the first year of Chaoguang's creation of the world. There is no need for a test. As long as you are a foundation establishment cultivator below 50, regardless of age or strength, you can board my flying boat. Time is limited. The flying boat will depart in 15 minutes. Farewell is short, don't make a mistake. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What does this mean? Is the test cancelled? A foundation establishment cultivator can board? Is the order of the Dao seeking mirror meaningless? Lu Xiaoyi laughed heartily. He took a step forward, but his mouth was not idle. Order, order, take off your pants and fart. The importance of the Dao heart is not as important as luck. Brothers, what are you waiting for? It's more important to get a big seat by the window early. The rogue cultivators rushed forward. Let's go, let's go. Congratulations, Xiaoyi. You woke up too late. Let's go early. When the rogue cultivators rushed into the flying boat, the sect cultivators realized that Chaoguang from the upper realm was going to make it easier to ferry people. However, they still did not have the chance to step into the door of the flying boat. This was because a group of people rushed up. They were the cultivators who were over 35 years old and had participated in the test. Needless to say, they were insiders who had already received the news. The young cultivators from the sect in front of them were dissatisfied. They looked at Master Hui Ku. Hui Ku spread his hands. Last year, the news from Chaoguang came through the Dao-seeking mirror. It did not say that the test was cancelled. It only said that the conditions would be relaxed. That's why all the old cultivators came to try. I have spread the news from Chaoguang to all the sects, but it's not certain if the sect masters will inform you. So, don't look at me. It's a blessing to be able to go. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? The meaning behind his words was very clear. If this news was spread widely in the cultivation world, those who were qualified would come to try their luck. What would happen to this cultivation world? With the youngest and most core foundation establishment cultivators gone, there would definitely be a gap, which would be detrimental to the development of the sect. That was why, even though he had notified the various sect masters, most of them had a tacit understanding not to inform the others. Those who came were only a handful of people who knew the truth. Of course, the rogue cultivators were not considered. No one would inform them. This was the difference in treatment. Lu Xiaoyi felt that a miracle would happen because he was meticulous enough. He smelled something unusual from the arrival of these old cultivators. When he saw how fearless the infant mother was, his speculations deepened. These people were the few who knew the truth. Through various hidden channels, they knew the truth of the matter. When something was abnormal, there must be a demon. This was the truth. There was nothing they could do about it. They were clearly at the front of the queue, yet they were the last to enter. This made these geniuses extremely unhappy, but there was nothing they could do about it. This was not something they could be pretentious about. If they angered superior cultivator Chaoguang, they might even lose their chance to enter. Lu Xiaoyi was the first to rush into the flying boat excitedly. He found that the space inside was not as spacious as he had imagined. There was a 2-person wide passage spiraling upwards. It should be the entrance to the different floors. He was someone who liked to sit on high places. This was a habit, just like how he liked to sit on the second floor of the bus in his previous life. His body flew up quickly. After a few jumps, he felt that he was bounced back by an invisible barrier. That was a restriction. It was obvious that the high places did not allow him to go up. At this moment, a round-faced cultivator appeared in Lu Xiaoyi's line of sight. His face was calm, and he did not have the mannerisms of a cultivator from the upper realm. He pointed to the side. Cultivators from this realm will enter the 5th floor. Find your own seat. Do not make a ruckus, do not fight, and do not make trouble without reason. If you violate any rules, you will be thrown out. You will be left to fend for yourselves in the void of the universe. Lu Xiaoyi felt that he was like the main character in the movie Big Ship in his previous life. This was the first time a country bumpkin came into contact with the top things in the cultivation world. He basically did not know anything. Fortunately, there were tickets here. There was no distinction between first and last class. Whoever occupied the seat belonged to whoever occupied it. He and a few of his rogue cultivator friends occupied a row of seats facing each other. They did not dare to all stand by the porthole. There might not be anyone chasing them away. However, if the journey was long, and they were surrounded by unfamiliar sect disciples, wouldn't it be very awkward? Fortunately, there were 2 portholes in the seats occupied by the 7 of them. He and Wen Qianli, who had fast legs, occupied them. Everyone gathered together, and there was someone to talk to during the journey. When they settled down, the cultivators behind them continued to come in. Only then did they have the opportunity to look at the layout of the entire cabin and the objects. In fact, it was not the entire cabin, but only this floor. The things they sat on, the things they touched, the light array above their heads, the protection array, and the materials of the portholes were all beyond their scope of understanding. It was a bit of an exaggeration to describe them as Old Man Liu. Old Man Liu at least had a rough idea of the purpose and origin of the objects, but they were basically blind. What different cultivation worlds brought to them was an earth-shaking change of vision. Only at this moment did they completely feel at ease. As a cultivator, it was really right to take this step. In fact, it was not only them. Those so-called sect disciples were not that strong either. Everyone was the same. It was the first time for a girl to get on a sedan chair. Discussions, disputes, excitement, and laughter were endless. After all, they had just formed the Taoist route a few years ago. They were far from the calm and collected demeanor of cultivators. This was a process. In the eyes of the real superior cultivators, it could not be more normal. They were just a group of children who had just formed the Taoist route. It was impossible to expect them to be calm and experienced at this time. A quarter of an hour passed quickly in curiosity. Everyone felt a tremor and the flying boat had floated. Looking down from the porthole, the scenery on the ground was shrinking rapidly. Soon, the figures could not be seen clearly. Wang Dingshan was also gradually blurred. Sometimes, there were white clouds lingering outside the porthole. However, the speed was getting faster and faster. They all had flying experience and knew that if they were to fly with their own bodies, they would never be able to reach such a fast speed. It was fine to fly at a low altitude, but the higher they climbed, the more difficult it was to climb. However, how did such a big flying treasure ship achieve this? It was really amazing. What was used as the driving force? What kind of cultivator could control it? There were too many questions. So many that no one knew what to ask. They only knew that it was not an exaggeration to say that they had just started on the road of cultivation. The pride and self-admiration they once had was ruthlessly shattered here. However, what replaced it was a firmer belief, a more ambitious ideal, and a stricter requirement. Cultivation. This was the real beginning. The clouds quickly became sparse. Except for blue, there was only blue in the sky. A powerful push came from under their buttocks. Even a body as strong as the Zhuji realm could not stand up under such a force. Curiosity turned into or under the great power of nature. Everyone stared out of the porthole. There was no more sound. Chapter 159. They were unable to determine their current height. In any case, they knew that if they fell from here, their foundation establishment bodies would be of no help to them. At first, they could still see the mountains, rivers, and cities on the ground, but they soon became a blur. Then, a blue celestial body appeared in their line of sight. It was almost round. Only at this moment did they truly understand what the stars in the night sky looked like. There were uncontrollable cries of surprise. Everyone knew that this was the world they used to live in, the home of their cultivation. They had grown up and cultivated for so long, but they only saw its true appearance when they left. It was very likely that they would never see it again. A sorrowful mood pervaded the cultivators. They couldn't get rid of it for a long time, until the next change. It was as if they had broken free from some kind of restraint. Both the people and the flying boat felt light. Outside the porthole, it suddenly became dark, deep, ancient, and silent. The sound drifted away from them. At the same time, their weight also drifted away from them. Almost everyone floated up in an instant, except for one person. Lu Xiaoyi looked at his companions clumsily controlling their own bodies. They used their magic power to maintain their balance so that they wouldn't run around randomly in the cabin. As for him, he cast his gaze out of the porthole again. What a familiar scene. He had once drifted in the boundless deep space of the universe for who knows how many years. Now that he had returned to the old scene, he didn't know whether he should be happy or sigh. When everyone came back to their senses, the cabin became lively again. However, it wasn't as noisy as before. Instead, it was a discussion that was deliberately suppressed. It was as if everyone had grown up in this period of time. At this moment, a cultivator appeared in the cabin. It was the round-faced cultivator Lu Xiaoyi had met. He coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention, and opened his mouth. I am Chonghua, a controlled Dan realm cultivator in Chaoguang. I am in charge of the management of this level. The rules will be announced later. Everyone needs to abide by them. This is your duty. Chaoguang doesn't need people who don't obey its rules. Alright, from now on, everyone has a chance to ask a question. After you ask all of the 109 people here, I believe that you will have a sufficient understanding of this trip. There was a moment of silence. However, there was always someone who was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. Grandmaster Chonghua, I would like to ask, how long will this trip take? If too much time passes, with so many people gathered together, how are they going to cultivate? Chonghua nodded, as if he was very satisfied with this question. It was not a random question. From now on, the entire journey will end in 1.5 years. It won't affect your future cultivation too much. As for this period of time, my suggestion is to nourish your body. The cabin is filled with spiritual vigor and is much stronger than your world. You can't miss this opportunity. Since there was a beginning, the rest was very natural. Master Chonghua, after we go to Chaoguang, will we cultivate independently? Or do I have to join a sect? If you want to join a sect, do you have to choose by yourself? Or do you want to be assigned? Chonghua smiled. There's one thing you need to understand. We didn't bring you all here to be rogue cultivators in Chaoguang. When the sun rises, there will be various sects coming to select candidates. Therefore, this is a one-way choice. I'm afraid it won't be up to you all. Of course, you can request for the general direction of the orthodoxy, and we will not go too far. We will still respect your wishes to a certain extent. At the very least, we will not push monks to daoist temples. The words were spoken very politely, but everyone here was an adult. They understood the art of language very well. The general meaning was that when they reached their destination, they would be divided up by the various large sects to increase the strength of the lower levels. This was also the foundation of a sect. Questions were raised one by one. It had to be said that this method had indeed resolved most of the questions of the young Foundation establishment cultivators. There was no lack of deep and insightful questions. Master Chonghua, is this flying boat controlled by a controlled Dan heavenly expert like you? How much does it cost? This was a question that specialized in artifacts. Controlling a flying boat in the universe requires one to be at the controlled Dan heavenly expert level. You need to be at least a level higher, a radiant young realm cultivator. As for how much it costs, let's put it this way. Every time the flying boat takes off and lands, it will cost the total of a year's worth of expenses for all the cultivators in your world. Master Chonghua, we're all staying on the 5th level. The other levels are forbidden grounds. Are they only for visitors? Or are there cultivators from other worlds on the other levels? If there are, do we have to go to the next lower level cultivation world? Good question. Chaoguang gathers people with lofty ideals. Of course, it's not just your world. Instead, there are 3 lower level cultivation worlds nearby. You're the second one. You'll return after going to one of them. You won't take more than a year and a half. Master Chonghua, can you give us a detailed introduction of Chaoguang's cultivation system? Which famous sects are there? What's the direction of their orthodoxy? Will it be beneficial for us to make a choice when we arrive? I won't answer this question. You're the chosen ones, not the ones who take the initiative. Only by understanding your own position can you better integrate into Chaoguang's system. Knowing it now is useless. Master Chonghua, can us fellow disciples be together? No. How old are you? You don't have the ability to cultivate independently. Master, the world we're in, the world you're talking about, does it have a name? Most of the lower level cultivation worlds don't have a name. Because you can't leave the atmosphere, you don't know your own position in the universe. You still think that you're the only one in the universe. But to us, we have to give you a name to distinguish you. Thus, in Chaoguang's universe map, your world is called the Low 3 Starfield. This is definitely not discrimination. It's just that we've divided the worlds with poor spiritual chi into 2 categories. Those that have been poor for a long time are called the Low 3 Starfield, and those that were once abundant but are now in decline are called the Low 3 Starfield. The Low 3 Starfield is divided into 5 levels. You're in the 3rd level, so it's called the Low 3 Starfield. Very quickly, a sensitive cultivator asked, Master, the next low-level cultivation world we're going to, wouldn't it be the Low 4 Starfield? Congratulations. You've guessed correctly. Chonghua's reply infuriated everyone. Master Chonghua, how much stronger is Chaoguang's spiritual chi compared to our original world? It can't be compared. It's so strong that not only do you have hopes of reaching the controlled Dan heavenly realm, you even have the possibility of advancing further. Another sensitive cultivator asked, Master, the Chaoguang upper realm has been gathering talents from various worlds. According to historical records, it's been 7,000 to 8,000 years. At the beginning, it was once every 100 years. But now, it's only once every 10 years. The reason given by the Chaoguang upper realm is that there's a strong enemy approaching. Then, we want to know if the problem of this strong enemy has been solved. If not, does this mean that the sudden expansion of the gathering scale is not because of the Chaoguang upper realm's 10,000-year celebration? Instead, it's because the strong enemy is approaching? Chapter 160. This was a question that Lu Xiaoyi also wanted to ask. Obviously, Foundation establishment cultivators were not idiots. Many of them had sharp eyes and were not so easy to fool. Chong Hua touched his nose. He admired this little Foundation establishment cultivator very much. He had a good eye for strategy. When he returned, he would recommend the sect to accept him. Even if his potential was limited, he would at least be an expert in the management of the sect. He was also a talent for the sect. But he could not answer this question. This question is beyond the scope of my authority. I suggest you go to Chaoguang and find the answer yourself. Questions came one after another, covering almost all aspects of Chaoguang's cultivation. Although Grandmaster Chong Hua did not answer many of the questions, just the answers he gave were enough to solve many of the questions in the cultivators' hearts. Lu Xiaoyi only listened quietly until Chong Hua's gaze swept over. Only then did he understand that since Chong Hua said that he would answer one question each, he would not allow you to play dead here. His questions were very practical and also very practical. Grandmaster, I actually just want to know where the latrine is. Is there a place to bathe? A year and a half is not a short time. If there is a need, how can it be solved? Everyone roared with laughter. Chong Hua's smile became even more amiable. You have a future. You can ask questions that others do not dare to ask. I think you are not a cultivator, but a young master. Do you think you are out for a field trip? Food and drink, solve it yourself. Whether you want ordinary food or fasting pills, there is only one requirement. You are not allowed to urinate or defecate anywhere. As for the requirement you mentioned, did you not bring a maid to warm your bed? If not, at least you have the fifth young lady, right? Everyone laughed again. Lu Xiaoyi also said seriously, I have learned something. Solving needs was a joke, everyone understood that. But, food was a very practical problem. In theory, Foundation establishment cultivators could rely on spiritual vigor to maintain the circulation of their body for a long time. But there was a limit. This kind of thing could only be solved after reaching the controlled Dan heavenly experts. But now, Foundation establishment cultivators still needed to occasionally obtain nutrients from ordinary food. Fasting pills were one way, but not everyone had them, especially for rogue cultivators. They wouldn't waste their limited resources on such things, so they still had to eat. The food stored in the storage ring was enough to last them for a year and a half. Not only him, but almost every cultivator sitting here was the same. The only problem was how to get the food out. He had no choice but to reduce his intake and strengthen his digestion. However, for a Foundation establishment cultivator, this was not difficult. It was just that Lu Xiaoyi was not used to it. He enjoyed the joy of going in and out. This was the attitude of a rice worm. After the question ended, everyone had their own understanding of Chaoguang. In the hearts of the 109 people, there were 109 Chaoguang. Basically, the majority of people had a positive view of Chaoguang. He had spent a lot of money to pull people over. Could it be that he was pulling them over for warmth? They yearned for the Chaoguang upper realm not only because of the abundant spiritual vigor, but also because of the stronger secret techniques, the longer legacies, and the more direct cultivation techniques. These were all things that their original world could not provide. Of course, there were also those who thought more and were more concerned about the so-called strong enemies. They were afraid that they would be treated as cannon fodder if they went. There were also those who were just muddling along and waiting to die. But once they got on this boat, there was no possibility of getting off. They could only walk down this path to the end. The cabin slowly calmed down. No matter how beautiful the universe was, there would be a day when one would get tired of it. Especially for people like them who were hiding in the spaceship through the thick porthole, they couldn't experience the unpredictability of the universe and feel the truth contained in it. After seeing too many things, they only saw stars and meteorites. Because the spaceship was manned, it would try its best to avoid complicated astronomical phenomena and reduce the danger, which made the whole trip ordinary. After the novelty, it was time to cultivate. Everyone knew that when they arrived at Chaoguang, their strength was their capital to be chosen by the strong sects. No one wanted to travel hundreds of millions of miles only to be accepted by a half-dead sect. Therefore, they were very conscious of it. The spiritual vigor in the flying ship was not deliberately set up for them. It was set up based on the spiritual vigor of Chaoguang. Even so, it made the country bumpkins feel as if they were bathing in a sea of spiritual vigor. There was no need for any spirit gathering formation or spirit channeling formation at all. They could just absorb it directly. In a small cabin, 109 people were absorbing spiritual vigor. One could imagine how chaotic it would be. Cultivators had to maintain a sufficient distance when cultivating. Otherwise, they would affect each other. For people like them who were cultivating diligently with close to zero distance, each person was equivalent to fighting with 7 or 8 people around them when absorbing spiritual vigor. It would be strange if they could achieve good result. If each cultivator was compared to a gravitational source, under the effect of hundreds of gravitational sources at the same time, the only result would be that the strong would stay strong and the weak would have to drink the soup. Lu Xiaoyi was the only one who couldn't even drink the soup. This was because he didn't even have a basic foundation establishment cultivation technique. His cultivation was low to begin with, and his cultivation technique was trash that ate qi. He couldn't attract much spiritual vigor at all. The key point was that he couldn't talk about it. He decided to adjust his train of thought and start from the spirit. Spirit was actually running through a cultivator's cultivation from the beginning to the end. It was as small as eating qi, as big as being immortal. The more one cultivated, the more important it became. There were even existences who relied on spirit to become eternal and immortal. It was just that cultivators who ate qi were unable to cultivate their spirit. Lu Xiaoyi could cultivate his spirit not because he had obtained a secret spirit technique from somewhere, but because he had been drifting in the universe for countless years as a wandering soul. He had summed up a method to rely on stargazing to strengthen his spirit. It wasn't something he was born with, nor was it something he knew that he would one day cross over to a cultivation world. It was an instinct that formed in order to prevent his soul from being destroyed and continue to wander. It was this instinct that helped his soul to not be swallowed by all kinds of cosmic energy while drifting in the universe, until that small fragment of fate brought him back to the human world. This kind of spirit self-strengthening method couldn't be trained in the bounded domain because it was separated by the atmosphere. But now, it was possible because he was in the universe. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a mere foundation establishment cultivator to be in the universe. Therefore, although these people were in a sense pitiful people who had left their homes, in another sense, they had accepted the influence of the universe in advance. It was hard to say what they gained and what they lost. The effect was definitely not as good as being directly in the universe, but considering his body's ability to accept, it was impossible for him to really be in the universe. Therefore, training his spirit in the flying boat and obtaining an inexplicable spirit power from the stars was the best way for him. Chapter 161. If he went to the morning light upper realm, unless he reached a high enough level in the future, it would only be a dream for him to leave the universe. This was also the reason why he was the first to rush up and had to occupy a spot by the porthole. Although his dream was to be a happy rice worm, he also hoped to be a rice worm that would not be bullied by others. His way of training his spirit was different from any orthodox way in the world. Even the Taoist school, which was as vast as the Taoist school, didn't have a way to train one's spirit by turning oneself into a wandering soul and drifting in the universe. Therefore, in the eyes of Taoist Zhonghua, 108 of the 109 people were working hard, while the only young master was staring out of the porthole in a daze. How did this thing succeed in building his foundation in that barren cultivation world? It did not make sense at all. 3 months later, the flying ship arrived at the lower 4-star region. The foundation establishment cultivators of the lower 3-star region had experienced takeoff, but this was the first time they experienced landing. Therefore, everyone gathered in front of the porthole again to see if the other cultivation worlds were the same as theirs. The results were within everyone's expectations. The lower 3-star region and the lower 4-star region were similar, but in terms of size, the lower 4-star region was smaller. According to Zhonghua, the so-called lower 4-star region meant that the spiritual opportunity had declined. In other words, it was now in the lower 4-star region. After a while, it might be in the lower 5-star region. Based on this point alone, at least their home planet would continue to maintain its current spiritium intensity. This was a blessing in disguise. With a comparison, they would feel superior. Looking at the lower 4-star region, they would feel superior. This was the rhythm of a poor person looking at a beggar. The landing was as shocking as the takeoff. Seeing a huge planet rushing towards them, everyone felt that they should not lose control and collide with it. Then, the crowd cheered as well. Looking at their expectant expressions, Lu Xiaoyi felt a little sad. When he was in the lower 3-star region, he had the same expression on his face, right? Strength determined one's life, and spiritual opportunity determined one's status in a star region. It was said that the morning light upper 3-star region was only a mid-level cultivation star region. In other words, if he wanted to go to a truly high-level cultivation star, he might have to experience such a scene again. This was unacceptable to him. Just one experience was enough. Rice worms also had dignity. The cheers were earth-shattering and tsunami-like. Just like in the lower 3 stars, the lower 4 stars didn't care about aptitude. As long as they were below 50, they wouldn't reject anyone. Just like that, dozens of people boarded the flying boat. Similarly, the flying boat did not wait. The cultivators on the boat also had no interest in getting off. After a moment, the boat rose from the ground. It would not stop for anyone who was late. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He was thinking the same thing as the Foundation establishment cultivator who asked the question. He didn't believe that Chao Guangda's opening of the Gate of Convenience this time was a so-called celebration. It must be because their powerful enemy was approaching, so they had no choice but to increase their efforts to recruit talents, thinking that after the war, they would be able to make up for the loss of high-level cultivators. The only question was, when would the conflict begin? Nearly 1,000 years ago, Chao Guang had changed the pace of recruitment. In the end, he had waited for nearly 1,000 years, but nothing seemed to have happened. Now that he had raised the stakes again, it did not mean that something would happen immediately. The cultivation level of his enemies on the interstellar level was not something a Foundation establishment cultivator could imagine. These things were still very far away from him, and he did not think that he was qualified to be cannon fodder. A strong enemy? What could it be? With his shallow cultivation knowledge, the only thing he could imagine was the omnipresent Zerg of the universe, or the feud of Chaoguang Galaxy, or perhaps, a herd of beasts in the universe. These were all things he saw in the cultivation books. Even he himself knew that they were not very credible. Even the person who wrote the books had never left the bounded domain, so what right did he have to guess the major matters of cultivation in the universe? Of course, the newly arrived Foundation establishment cultivators of the lower 4 levels would not appear on their floor. They had other arrangements. The flying boat turned around and began to return to Chaoguang. In fact, for all the Foundation establishment cultivators, they could not sense the direction at all. All they could see were stars. With their low cultivation level, they could not determine the direction at all. However, Lu Xiaoyi was different. He had an instinctive understanding of the deep space of the universe. In theory, this was his home. Therefore, he clearly knew that the flying boat had indeed begun to turn around. The ability of humans to adapt was very strong. Taking off again did not attract much surprise. They began to adapt to their roles and automatically put themselves in the shoes of the cultivators of Chaoguang. This was the first step to successfully integrate into the Chaoguang upper realm in the future. It was not to forget their home, but to survive. The cabin fell into silence again. There were only hundreds of spiritual opportunity gravitational sources competing with each other for the spiritual opportunity. Other than using their own cultivation methods to attract the spiritual opportunity, they did not dare to do anything else. With Master Chong Hua around, no one wanted to show their selfish side. They could guess that perhaps they would not be rewarded if they performed well, but if they performed poorly, they would definitely be introduced in the introduction to the major sects of Chaoguang. They were all smart people. Except for the young master who had water in his brain. Now, even Master Chonghua knew that this young master was the one who was judged by the Tao querying mirror to be the one who chased away the ducks. Judging from his performance, the Tao querying mirror's judgment was very accurate. It did not wrong him at all. A whole year had passed. Everyone's cultivation level had more or less improved. Master Chonghua announced a piece of good news. Their flying boat had entered the space domain of the Chaoguang upper realm. In other words, they were now beginning to enjoy the power of the bounded domain's protection. Theoretically speaking, there was no need for Master Chonghua to explain too much to them about what a domain was. There were close to 300 Foundation establishment cultivators on this flying boat, and very few of them would be able to mature. Perhaps there would be a dozen or so controlled Dan heavenly experts. But the chances of them reaching the Hui Yang realm were not high. After all, they were only mid-grade cultivators, not high-grade ones. His promise to these small cultivators had been fulfilled. There were still 2 more months before the flying boat entered the Chaoguang upper realm. This time, he had completed a necessary mission. To be honest, to a controlled Dan heavenly expert like him, this kind of mission did not have much meaning. Foundation establishment cultivators were unable to leave the universe, and it was the same for controlled Dan heavenly experts like them. Being trapped in the flying boat for several years was also a kind of pressure for him. There was no other way. Who asked him to be so unlucky to have drawn the lot? Lu Xiaoyi looked out the window and focused his mental power on the stars in the distance. His mental power training method was very special, so special that it did not seem to belong to this cultivation world. Where did it come from? Actually, he was not too sure. But the way he saw it, it should be some kind of understanding of the universe that came from his previous life. Although he could not remember who he was, he still had some impressions of the knowledge from his previous life. His method, in his own words, was the mental visualization method. It was something he had figured out after a long time as a wandering soul. Actually, it was not right to say that he figured it out. It was an instinctive method to save himself. Chapter 162. To be specific, he had to stare at a certain star and visualize it continuously until his consciousness reached its limit. Then, he would suddenly change his target to another unfamiliar star. Because the 2 stars were different in nature, a strong impact would be produced in his brain in an instant. This was to train his spiritual power. This was very effective, at least for a small foundation establishment like him. Because his spiritual power was limited, the effect was very impressive. He had been in the universe for 15 months and had stimulated his brain consciousness more than hundreds of times by changing his visualized target. The result was that his spiritual power had multiplied. He couldn't determine the exact value, but it was probably several times. He was very clear that this kind of achievement couldn't help him improve the power of his spells too much, because the power depended on the cultivator's magic power. At least, it was so when he was in the foundation establishment stage. However, his advantage was in control. He could control the same spell more subtly and accurately than others. This was also an important direction of spells. The greater the power, the better. Now, he had been visualizing a star for more than a day. Now, he was close to his limit and could change his target. The next moment, he shifted his consciousness to another star and waited for the mental impact that he had long been accustomed to. However, the impact didn't come. What's going on? He missed the best opportunity. His memory of the previous star was rapidly fading. The best time for training had passed. Now, even if he changed to another star, it wouldn't produce the desired impact. It was nothing. It was just a mistake in hundreds of training. However, he was interested in the star that couldn't produce the mental impact. What kind of star was this? How could it have such a strange characteristic? After careful observation, he immediately realized the difference. This wasn't a star. So, of course, there wouldn't be a difference in visualization. This was a flying boat. A flying boat that was flying towards them at high speed. As for how big it was and what kind of shape it wasn't something he could judge at the moment. In his eyes, It was just a light spot mixed in with the surrounding stars. If he hadn't used the difference visualization method, he wouldn't have noticed it. Almost at the same time, the flying boat he was on suddenly changed direction without any warning. It was like a goat that found a wild wolf in the distance. Because it happened so suddenly, many unprepared Foundation establishment cultivators were flung away. The whole cabin was filled with smoke. Not only was the flying boat changing direction, it was also accelerating. This boat driving technique. Can't you be more gentle? You almost made me go crazy. Did he hit a meteorite? Can't you tell me in advance when you're making a turn? I'm digesting the residue in my small intestine, and now it's all out. Master Zhonghua, I'm not breaking the rules, right? Everyone was grumbling, unaware that danger was approaching. Tut! Daoist Zhonghua hollered. His voice was like a heavy hammer that entered the ears of every Foundation establishment cultivator, causing their hearts to clench and their minds to clear up. An unknown floating raft is approaching. In order to prevent accidents, everyone needs to control their own bodies. Don't panic, don't jump around, and don't make a ruckus. Violators will be punished severely. Don't blame me for not warning you. Actually, just like the Foundation establishment newbies, Daoist Zhonghua also did not know much about the purpose of this mysterious floating raft. In the universe, Foundation establishment cultivators were nothing but dust. They did not even have the ability to fight back. A controlled Dan heavenly expert like him was no different. The only ones who could react and rely on were the 3 Huiyang seniors on the flying boat, or the Yuanying in other cultivation world. This was definitely not the Chaoguang world's own floating raft. It could not be so fast. Furthermore, if it was their own people, they would definitely send a message in advance. They would not approach so rashly without proper etiquette. The speed of the flying boat had been increased to the maximum. In fact, it was even overloaded. Even the minor building foundation stage cultivators could clearly feel that the entire structure of the flying boat was creaking under the overload, as if it was going to fall apart at any moment. At this time, the Huiyang senior controlling the boat sent a message to all the controlled Dan heavenly experts on the boat. The strong enemy has arrived. Within an hour, a battle is unavoidable. You all need to calm the seeds on the boat. Make it clear that you're powerful. As for the rest, wait for my instructions. Zhonghua felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. For the sake of this powerful enemy, their Chaoguang world had already started preparing for 1,000 years ago, increasing the number of cultivators with potential. It was all for the sake of strengthening themselves so that they would have the strength to fight when the time came. Even if they failed, they would still be able to use their strength to obtain a slightly better position in the contract. According to the timeline, there was still 100 or 200 years before the enemy arrived. There was still room for maneuvering. But why had these vicious fellows appeared in the Chaoguang world so early? Was it an outpost? Or was it a large-scale attack? He had no way to tell. He only knew that the disaster that the Chaoguang world had been worried about for 1,000 years had already begun, and it would continue to flow endlessly. This unlucky fellow just had to be the first batch to arrive. Furthermore, in the deep space of the universe, a controlled Dan heavenly expert like him did not even have the chance to run. There was still an hour left. He had to give these Foundation establishment cultivators an explanation. Otherwise, once the battle started, there would be no time to explain. These Foundation establishment cultivators were still greenhorns, and did not understand the dangers of the cultivation world. How would they know what kind of vicious existences these people were in the universe? As for face, they could no longer be bothered about it. In the history of the cultivation world, these vicious fellows had never returned empty-handed every time they set out. Either it was resources, or human heads. These were the greatest scourges of the universe's cultivation world, things that everyone had the right to kill. Unfortunately, even after thousands of years, not a single power had been able to do this. So, he had to explain clearly to these Foundation establishment cultivators. Otherwise, they would not be able to differentiate between good and evil in the universe, and fall into the hands of the dark forces without knowing it. Although the flying ship was fleeing at full speed, and the entire ship was shaking uncontrollably, its direction was constant. Thus, the cabin was still stable. Chong Hua coughed lightly and said, "There's one thing that I need you all to know. Originally, I wanted you all to understand it on your own after arriving at Chaoguang. That way, you'll feel more immersed in the situation. But from the looks of it now, I have no choice but to tell you in advance. When you first boarded the ship, someone once asked me if it was because the Chaoguang world region's powerful enemies were about to arrive that we were gathering so many people to replenish our strength. I can give you an answer now. Yes. That's not it either." Looking at the confused Foundation establishment cultivators, Chong Hua sighed in his heart. It was difficult to reach the upper realm of cultivators, and talents were hard to come by. Among these people, as long as one of them could reach the Huiyang realm in the future, then this long journey would be worth it. After all, Chaoguang was only a mid-tier cultivation world, and the Huiyang realm was their pillar of support. As for those above them, there were only a few grand cultivators and old ancestors. They were the treasures of the world, and did not dare to move easily. A powerful enemy is about to arrive. Yu Chaoguang is a great disaster, but the great disaster that cultivators speak of is different from what you all imagine. It's not about people being plunged into misery and suffering, and there are starving people everywhere. The attack is mainly aimed at the cultivation world, so I said yes. But actually, this has nothing to do with you all, because those who come from afar are at least at the level of my elders. So, not to mention that you all will not participate in the battle, even a Qi nucleation realm cultivator like me has nothing to do with the battle. So, that's not it either. You all only need to take care of your own cultivation. When you grow up in the future, being able to help the sect is your greatest responsibility. You don't have to think too much about other things. Chapter 163. P.S. Old Sloth has done his best. I hope everyone will enjoy watching. If you have tickets, please support me. Thank you. Although he was trying his best to make Chaoguang appear more majestic and lofty, the Foundation establishment cultivators below were not fools. The situation was clear, and they were forced to this extent. That was why this controlled Dan heavenly expert had spoken the truth. But how much of it was true and how much was false? Who could say for sure? A Foundation establishment cultivator boldly asked, "Exalted Master, our lowly cultivation world has been under the care of Morning Light for the past 10,000 years. In fact, we've long become one entity, and cannot be separated. Why don't you make some things clearer? You don't have to worry about us harboring evil intentions. We just want to know, in this war against the powerful enemies from beyond the heavens, is there a higher chance of us losing than winning?" Chong Hua nodded awkwardly. From the looks of it, he could no longer hide the truth. Rather than being exposed and making a fool of himself in the future, he might as well tell the truth now. That way, everyone would feel more comfortable in their heart. Yes, we can't say that there's a higher chance of us losing than winning. Frankly speaking, there's no chance at all. That's because this is not a battle on the same level. In the universe, there are always some tyrannical powers that cause others to be helpless against them, not only our Morning Light, but the other cultivation worlds as well. Medium-grade cultivation worlds, and even those high-grade cultivation worlds, have all been plundered by this group of bandits. None of them are spared. The Foundation establishment cultivators were all speechless. For these bandits to be able to do as they pleased in the universe, how strong must they be to be able to ignore the suppression of other powers? A Foundation establishment cultivator could not understand. Exalted Master, since they're a group of bandits, they're naturally existences that come and go without a trace. Why did Morning Light know of their arrival nearly 1,000 years ago? Would space bandits inform us in advance of their robbery? If that's the case, aren't they afraid of being ambushed? Daoist Chong Hua sighed. They're bandits, but they're bandits who act openly. The reason why they knew about it nearly 1,000 years ago is because the base of the bandits is this world. Wherever the world flies to, they'll rob there. They've been robbing for tens of thousands of years, and our Chaoguang world is on the trajectory of this base, so we know in advance. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was equivalent to the mountain bandits of the mortal world no longer occupying the mountains and calling themselves kings. Instead, they rode their horses and roamed everywhere. Wherever they rode, they would bring disaster and treat the kingdom as nothing. Such a person, such a force, could no longer be described as a bandit, right? Is their base also a cultivation realm? A cultivator asked. Yes. Moreover, he's one of the best in a high-level cultivation world. Then why are they still plundering everywhere? Isn't it good to create a prosperous world of cultivation for yourself? Because they can't stay idle. He was a bloodthirsty existence in his bones. Moreover, that realm is different from ordinary realms. It moves around. Why are there flying boats chasing after us? Are you trying to kill us all? No, they are the most famous raiders in the universe. Force traders. However, he was not a murderer. Of course, if you don't obey, blood will flow like a river. It was very likely that they had chased after them because they saw that this was a merchant ship. There must be some benefits inside. Not only resources, but also talents. Therefore, once they catch up to you, if you can't resist, they will choose the spoils of war from you. I'll bring some of you to that evil place and train you to become inhumane people like them. They have no morals, they don't follow etiquette, they cultivate with killing as their goal. They'll become a group of humanoid insectoids that everyone in the universe wants to beat up. Are you willing to become that kind of human worm? Are you willing to live in slaughter all day long? Are you willing to build your joy on the pain of others? Are you willing to become a human that is abandoned by the heavenly Tao? No. The Foundation establishment cultivators blood boiled. Although their realms were limited, justice did not distinguish between high and low cultivation. There were also some who had unconventional thoughts. Master, they have more radiant young cultivators than us? Chong Hua nodded. Yes, a lot more. And there are many radiant young cultivators. But we are not afraid of evil. Because justice will eventually triumph over evil. The overthinking cultivator didn't realize that his words were embarrassing at all. Lu Xiaoyi, who was watching from the side, kept shaking his head. This guy had some IQ, but his EQ was nothing to be proud of. Then, if the heavenly Tao feels that they should be punished, why does it allow them to have so many high-level cultivators? Is the heavenly Tao blind? Or are evil people in power? Chong Hua coldly glanced in that direction. He secretly decided that if he could safely return to Chaoguang, he would definitely make this brat pay the price. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care about their questions. He only sighed inwardly. His beautiful life as a rice worm was about to be hit with great waves. Good things come with many setbacks. He wasn't worried about himself. Since he was a great bandit from a high-level starfield, he would naturally steal the best things. The only thing of value on this ship were the several hundred small Foundation establishment cultivators. No matter how they were ranked, in terms of potential, age, and temperament, he, Lu Xiaoyi, would be ranked from the bottom, right? What was he worried about? His gaze returned to outside the porthole. The floating raft was already very close, so close that he could see it with the naked eye. With the smooth body of the raft, he could tell at a glance that it was a battle-type floating raft that pursued speed. Its entire body was pitch black and slender like an awl. It was less than 300 feet long, only half the size of the flying ship they were on. From beginning to end, there were no superfluous decorations. It was like a man-eating shark swimming in the deep sea. There was only a clear symbol at the head of the raft. It was a closed circle formed by 5 circles connected together. Chong Hua's voice faintly sounded. 5 rings. Remember this name. Never forget it. When you have the ability one day, remember to ask them for what you lost. Just as Chong Hua was still rambling, 2 Taoists suddenly jumped out of the floating raft. They floated in the air, their sleeves fluttering. The flying ship's extreme speed seemed to have no effect on them at all. The universe was like their home. One of them instantly flashed and swayed to the front of the flying ship. A bright light flashed, but the Foundation establishment cultivators simply couldn't see what it was. Treasure. Magic technique. Divine ability. In any case, The statue at the head of the flying ship was cut in half. At the same time, a clear voice sounded. Stop the ship. Waiting for inspection. The Five Rings Alliance's inspection is overloaded. Seeing all the Foundation establishment cultivators looking at him, Chonghua let out a long sigh. They had been bullied to this extent, but they didn't even dare to say a word. Under tens of thousands of years of ferocious power, they had long been prepared to fight to the death. It was just a beautiful dream. When it really came down to it, instinct replaced will. For tens of thousands of years, how many high-level cultivation planets had suffered great losses in the confrontation? How could they, a small mid-level cultivation planet, resist? They would just suffer some losses. Deceiving the Foundation establishment cultivators was one thing, but the truth was another. The Five Rings Alliance was ferocious, but among the ferocious, they were actually reasonable. This was also the reason why the people on the flying ship didn't think that a catastrophe was imminent. It was nothing more than how to negotiate and how many Foundation establishment seeds to offer. Chapter 164. You don't have to panic. This is how these bandits do things. They always like to say strange things and think they're so clever. If you want to rob, then rob. Why do you have to find some **T reason? What overload check, drunk driving check, dangerous goods check, license check? I heard that it was created by their thieving ancestors. What a mess. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hear Chonghua's complaints. He was far away, and his attention was completely focused outside the porthole. Most importantly, Chonghua wasn't targeting the entire cabin. The speed of the flying boat plummeted, and two old Taoists swayed out from the boat. They were the Huiyang cultivators of the Chaoguang realm. What surprised the Foundation building cultivators was that they didn't come to blows as soon as they saw each other like fire and water. Instead, they looked more like old friends meeting. Fellow Daoist. The guiding device at the head of the boat was broken by you. I'll say this first, this loss will be included in the profits you robbed. It'll be very troublesome to repair it. The fifth ring cultivator glared at him. Nonsense. That's obviously just a decorative beast head. How did it become a guiding device? Old Daoist Chaoguang said calmly, floating rafts are different. Different realms have different ways of making them. You're used to putting the guiding device under the head of the raft, while we're used to standing on the head of the boat. If you don't believe me, fellow Daoist, go take a look yourself. Don't lie to me. The Five Rings cultivator knew that he was in the wrong. The other party didn't say that they wanted to fight, but he destroyed their flying boat. This was indeed a bit unreasonable. The Five Rings cultivators had wreaked havoc in the universe for tens of thousands of years, and their style had long been familiar. They were domineering, but they were reasonable. As long as you didn't court death, you generally wouldn't have to worry about your life. He glanced at the flying boat and frowned. Your flying boat should be used to carry goods, right? Why is it carrying people? This is against the rules. Old Daoist Chaoguang cursed inwardly. If you want to rob, just do it. Why do you have to find such a ridiculous reason? Can't the great defy just say how many people they want to take? Why do you have to take off your pants and let out air? This is superfluous. You make it sound like you're so righteous. Space floating rafts and flying boats have always been used for both passengers and goods. How can there be one that specializes in transporting goods and people? No matter how many resources you have, you shouldn't waste them. Fellow Daoist, you're right. Just tell me, how do you plan to punish him? If I don't want the receipt, can you reduce the fine? The fifth ring cultivator ignored him. With a flash, he entered the flying boat. The Foundation establishment cultivators did not even sense that a stranger had entered. They returned to the void once again. There are 3 points. Firstly, it was too crowded. It did not conform to the standards of long-distance passenger transport. Once there's a change, it's easy for accidents to happen. Do you accept the punishment? Chaoguang Laohuiyang cursed in his belly, what change can there be? Without your fifth ring, nothing will change. But thinking about it was one thing, and he couldn't say it out loud. In any case, it was just a formality, and he would let this bird arrange it. Seeing old Hui Yang nod, the 5-ring cultivator continued. Secondly, the male and female guests are not separated into cabins. This is against etiquette and immoral. Do you accept your punishment? Old cultivator Chaoguang nodded helplessly. This 5th-ring cultivator was too infuriating. But he couldn't beat him, so what could he do? He couldn't risk his life here and cause a disaster for Chaoguang World, and lose all 200 or so Foundation establishment cultivators at the same time, right? If it were a 5th-ring cultivator, the 3 of them would still have the heart to fight. If they couldn't beat him, it wouldn't be too late to admit defeat. They would just treat it as a sparring exercise. But this 5th-ring bandit was different. The one who cut off the head of the boat was a swordsman. Fighting with a swordsman was too dangerous. Life and death were not in their control, so they might as well just go along with it. In the universe's myriad worlds, it wasn't considered embarrassing. Thirdly, such a big flying boat doesn't even have a toilet. The sanitary conditions are not up to standard. You let those Foundation establishment cultivators digest it themselves. This is inhumane. Cultivators of our generation should respect the heavens and understand the human heart. At the very least, you should give them more choices. How can you generalize them? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. At this point, the 2 old bright sun cultivators from Chaoguang World couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. They could also see that these 5th-ring cultivators were really like the legends. They only talked nonsense and couldn't speak normally. Naturally, the conversation between them could not be heard by the little building Foundation stage cultivators. Otherwise, it would affect their perception of the cultivators of higher realms. One of them was shamelessly spouting nonsense, and the other was as timid as a mouse. They had completely destroyed the demeanor of cultivators. Just like the street gangsters and the timid shop owners, after some discussion, they decided to land on a nearby mortal planet. It was very troublesome to fix the transmission device that had been cut off, and it could only be fixed in a non-vacuum environment. It was a good opportunity for the 5th-ring cultivators to pick some of the Foundation establishment cultivators. 5th-ring plundering valued talents the most. The high-level cultivators' ideals were already set. Even if they were robbed, they couldn't guarantee their loyalty. The most suitable ones were these Foundation establishment cultivators. They also had a Tao foundation. Everything was still a blank piece of paper. It was convenient to draw on it. If they drew a saint, they would develop in the saint's direction. If they drew a bandit, they would take pleasure in plundering. This principle was understood by all cultivators. This was the foundation of inheritance. It was much more important than those so-called resources. The old bright sun cultivators from Chaoguang World were very familiar with the nearby airspace. 3 days later, they landed on a mortal planet. This was a real mortal planet. There was no spiritual energy at all. Only ordinary people lived there. They didn't disturb the mortals. Instead, they found a remote place on the plateau to land. Everyone went about their own business. Daoist Chonghua watched as the Foundation establishment cultivators filed out and accepted the 5th-ring cultivator's selection. He sighed in his heart. This was probably the reason why the 5th-ring cultivators were arrogant but rarely treated as mortal enemies. They didn't go overboard and always left some leeway. If you were generous enough, you could even become friends. Just like this time, there were less than 300 people on the ship, but they only asked for 60. They were very generous. However, Chonghua was a narrow-minded person. He couldn't help but think that the reason they only chose 60 was probably because their floating raft couldn't carry too many people. The flying boat was unloading people, but the floating raft was unloading goods. There were a total of 6 Yuanian cultivators, 2 swordsmen, and 4 Dharma cultivators on the 5th ring's floating raft. This was probably one of their raiding teams. However, from this, it could be seen that the strength of the 5th ring cultivators wasn't just a bluff. In the Chaoguang world, how would these 6 Yuanian cultivators dare to go out and hunt? They were treasures. However, the 5th ring cultivators were different. They could let people out for 100 or 200 years as if it didn't matter. However, These people really dared to come out. It was the same swordsman. He was probably the person in charge of this group. He pointed at the goods being unloaded. Take these as compensation for intercepting 60 of you. The punishment we talked about just now was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. When doing business, you buy and sell. How can you learn to be so domineering? These are all local specialties along the way. There are some special things that you may not have seen before. There's no need to thank us. The fifth ring cultivators are very fair. We never bully others. The cultivators in Chaoguang all shook their heads. Sometimes, these fifth ring cultivators were really annoying. Sometimes, they felt that their straightforwardness was laughable. They didn't seem to be unreasonable people. Chapter 165. Looking at the goods, their value aside, they were placed in a mess. There were no rules or regulations. What local specialties? They were clearly stolen goods that had been looted along the way. Now, they were taking them down to make room for people. Yet, they were saying such beautiful words to anger people. However, no one refused. Losses inside the embankment could be replenished outside the embankment. Having income was better than having no income at all. Moreover, there might really be some good stuff inside. These wretched fifth ring cultivators dared to wander around and loot. They, the Chaoguang cultivators, were dutiful and never crossed the line. Occasionally, they would eat stolen goods for a change. Their resistance to the fifth ring cultivators came from word of mouth in the deep space of the universe. Therefore, they also had a desire to defend themselves against external enemies. However, as they understood more about the fifth ring cultivators, they became more and more desperate. The number of cultivators above the nascent soul stage was much greater than the number of nascent soul stage cultivators they had, not to mention the number of half-immortals they had. What could a mid-level cultivation planet like theirs use to fight against them? Saying that they were like mantises trying to stop a car was a bit of an overstatement. However, they still had to act imposing for the cultivators below to see. They couldn't possibly announce it to the entire Chaoguang realm and make everyone bow down to them, right? Therefore, it was normal for them to recruit people once every 10 years. They still had the desire to strengthen themselves. Even if they couldn't resist the fifth ring cultivators, it was still necessary to resist other small and medium-sized troubles. However, after 1,000 years, there were few results. This was a common problem for mid-level cultivation planets. If it wasn't a parasol tree, it wouldn't be able to raise a phoenix. Lu Xiaoyi slowly got off the boat. He was the first to rush up on this floor, but now he was the last to come down. There was no other reason than that he was unhappy. He hated itineraries that didn't go according to plan the most. It made him feel uncertain and flustered. What rubbish fifth ring? He didn't want to go no matter what. Chaoguang realm was pretty good. There was enough spiritual opportunity. The key was that people came peacefully and didn't cause trouble. This was very important for someone who dreamed of being a rice worm, unlike the fifth ring, a high-level cultivation realm. It sounded high and mighty, but looking at their behavior, was that a place for people to stay? They would either come outside to rob or fight among themselves. It was inevitable. He was very unwilling to live as a rice worm and become a fighting worm. Amidst the countless evil spirits, perhaps one day he would become a dead bug. Wouldn't that be a waste? However, he wasn't particularly worried because only 60 people would be chosen out of nearly 300. It wouldn't be his turn no matter what, right? Even if there were 260 of them, it would still be difficult for him to be chosen. A fifth ring cultivator's ability was definitely stronger than a morning light cultivator's. If a morning light cultivator could see through it, how could a fifth ring cultivator not be able to? Therefore, he felt that he was weak, but he was confident and did not feel any pressure. This was a barren land on the highlands. It was so barren that not even a single animal could be seen, let alone humans. There were no signs of life here. It was even worse than the Gobi Desert near Pu City. At least there were some sand scorpions and snakes there. This was the real mortal planet. There was no heaven and earth spirit chi, so life forms were greatly limited. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the 3 low-level cultivation planets had finally gathered together. Apart from lower 3 and lower 4, there was also the first lower head planet, which was lower 1. This meant that the spiritual vigor there was the highest among the low-level planet. Their Foundation establishment cultivators were also the most numerous, numbering in the hundreds. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi didn't know them, nor did he care about them. His interest wasn't here at all, but at the 5th ring. He didn't want to see the major repairs there, nor did he yearn for it. Instead, he liked the long, streamlined floating raft from the bottom of his heart. He liked speed. When he was eating, he liked to run freely on the Gobi Desert. Of course, he liked everything related to speed. This was the first time he wanted to own something. Of course, he also knew that this dream was too far away from reality. It was so far away that it was unrealistic. Just as he was staring at the floating raft, he suddenly realized that there was a sudden change in his sea of consciousness. It was none other than the ball of luck that hadn't changed since he entered the Foundation establishment realm. It seemed to have become very impulsive, very irritable, and very unstable, as if it was eager to devour something. Lu Xiaoyi used his divine sense to touch it and immediately understood what it meant. Thus, he cast his gaze at a cultivator in the lower head planets group of Foundation establishment cultivators not far away. He was also a Foundation establishment cultivator. The reason he looked at him was because he also had a ball of luck, and it was also a ball of luck. Just as Lu Xiaoyi cast his gaze over, that person also happened to turn around, and their gazes met. Thus, both sides understood that they had been discovered by the other. One person's secret became the secret of 2 people. After Lu Xiaoyi was brought to this cultivation world by the Shard of Fate, he finally found the first person who had also accepted the Shard of Fate. But unlike them, they were originally natives of this cultivation world and had only obtained a shred of the Shard of Fate by chance. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, was brought to this world by the Shard of Fate. Compared to them, perhaps Lu Xiaoyi's Shard of Fate had the lowest energy and was the most inconspicuous, but he also had an advantage. He clearly knew that there were many, many more Shards of Fate scattered throughout the universe. Perhaps some of them couldn't find a suitable target before their energy was exhausted. Some of them found a suitable target but didn't become a cultivator. They could be officials who rose up the ranks, or merchants who had good fortune, or women who gave birth to 4 children. But some of them would definitely land on cultivators. All of them would think that they were favored by the heavens, the successors of fate, and unique existences. Only now did he realize that there were many illegitimate children of the heavenly Tao. Only Lu Xiaoyi vaguely understood the truth of the matter. This could be the Shard of Fate scattering in all directions. In the future, if he went to enough places, he would meet many more of these so-called children of fate. In Pu City and the Gobi Desert, he had always been careful, afraid that he would meet a second child of fate. Now, it seemed that the universe was big enough to completely contain the Shards of Fate. There weren't any in the lower 3-star domains, but there was one in the lower 3-star domains. How could he face it? He had no plan at all. Now, there was no time for him to think about this. The Child of Fate was the same. They first had to go through the selection of the 5th ring bandit. 6 5-ring cultivators came out to pick the Foundation establishment seeds. They were all smiling and looked very amiable. Lu Xiaoyi felt a chill in his heart when he saw this. These were all wolf grannies. When they smiled, the flesh and blood between their teeth hadn't been cleaned. They were all dressed in Daoist robes. From their attire, it was impossible to tell which sect they were from. After a round of modesty, a cultivator who looked very old stood out. Everyone cursed in their hearts. He was already so old, but he still didn't change his nature and came out to rob. The old Daoist smiled amiably, like an old grandpa next door. I'm Q-da of the Supreme Tao sect. It's Q as in Gong Q, not Q as in lack. You must be clear about this. The Supreme Tao sect is the #1 orthodox Daoist sect in the 5th ring. There are countless Yuaniing in the sect, as well as many true monarchs. There are also several half-immortals looking after the sect. It can be said that there are a lot of talents, and it's prosperous. There are no less than 10 techniques that directly lead to the Great Tao, and all kinds of divine techniques and secret techniques are as vast as the ocean. There's bound to be a suitable direction for you. I'll choose 10 people, and it's all voluntary. If you're not satisfied with the number, then I'll just casually pick. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Chapter 166. With a raise of his hand, a palace appeared out of thin air above the foundation establishment cultivators. It was magnificent, with auspicious clouds swirling around and cranes chirping. It was a lifelike immortal residence. It was the supreme mountain gate of the fifth ring. As cultivators of the fifth ring who were used to robbing people, they were no strangers to robbing people. Every time they came out, as long as they had the chance, they would choose some seeds for their own sect. Because they were experienced in this, they knew very well that if they found people who were unwilling to go back, the effect would be greatly reduced. Just changing their minds would take some time, so all the conditions depended on whether they were willing or not. There were too many aspects of potential, so how could they explain it clearly? For example, the so-called Tao-seeking mirror in the Chaoguang world was a joke in their eyes. It was limited and short-sighted. Choosing people based on this was a huge mistake. For these low-level cultivators, if they didn't know to step forward in this situation and seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go to the fifth ring, regardless of their other aptitudes, just their courage and decisiveness would be enough. Therefore, there was a deep philosophy behind choosing only those who were willing to go with the unlimited potential. His actions had indeed attracted the ambitions of many foundation establishment cultivators. The magnificent mountain gate, the cultivation method that led directly to the Great Tao, the incomparably powerful strength that surpassed countless streets in the Chaoguang world, was the Great Tao in the eyes of cultivator. At this moment, who would remember Chong Hua's description of robbers? In any case, they were going to rely on others, so why not rely on someone more powerful? Go to a high-level cultivation world. Swan meat and chaff dumplings were placed in front of them. Was there a need to teach them which to choose? Most people were still a little hesitant and a little embarrassed. They felt that it was embarrassing to go back on their words after nodding in front of the Chaoguang world cultivators. However, there were also those who were decisive. They didn't care about their faces and only knew how to pursue the Great Tao. 7 of them immediately stood out. Chong Hua sighed at the side. Comparing people to people, they would die. Comparing goods to goods, they would throw them away. Today, they had lost a lot of face. When the crowd saw that 7 of them had stood out, the rest were about to rush forward, but Cuda didn't give them a chance. Of course, it was best if they were willing, but hesitating was the worst. Rather than choosing those who followed the trend, it was better to choose those who didn't move. This was the unique perspective of a major cultivator. Therefore, he swept his gaze across the crowd and found the 3 youngest ones among the crowd. What was potential? The development of the cultivation world was unclear, but there was one thing that could be measured. Youth meant potential. With all 10 of them gathered, the Supreme Tao and Virtue True sect had completed their selection. The second cultivator stood up and didn't say much. He pointed his finger at the sky and countless bolts of lightning fell from the clear sky. They were as thick as bowls and surrounded by purple light. It was as if there was nothing else in the world besides these bolts of lightning. Most of the hundreds of building foundation stage cultivators were panicking and running away, fearing that they would be burnt to ashes if they were touched by the lightning. Lu Xiaoyi was the fastest to run away. It was not that he was the most timid, but that he was leaning against a big tree. Wouldn't he be asking to be killed if he stood there under the lightning? Regardless of whether the lightning was real or fake, he had to run first. The cultivator waved his hand, and the lightning that filled the sky scattered. Sure enough, it was an illusion. He then waved his sleeve and selected 10 foundation establishment cultivators who hadn't moved. He swept them to the side, but he didn't mention anything about voluntary participation. From beginning to end, he didn't even let out a fart. To play with lightning, one must first not be afraid of lightning. It didn't matter if you were really not afraid or scared out of your wits, it was still better than running away. lightning strikes old tree stumps, purple lightning burns incense, with a thunderclap, heaven and earth erect a golden beam. Unlike the rigid cultivators of the Chaoguang dynasty, the fifth ring cultivators showed their unique diversity in choosing their people. They didn't stick to the rules, didn't stick to the old ways, and were open-minded. They seemed to be unruly, but in this kind of unruly behavior, there was a deep understanding and application of the great Tao. Chong Hua sighed again. When some things were put together, the difference between them was obvious. The fifth ring cultivators were bold and unrestrained, and their thoughts were also bold and unrestrained. That was why they had the prestige and strength of the fifth ring cultivators. How could they be replaced by the word robber? Robbing was just one of their different behaviors. It was just a facade. You couldn't ignore the real reason for their strength just because of this facade. Even he wanted to stand out a little. Unfortunately, it was impossible. In just a few dozen breaths, almost everyone present was fiercely weighing and struggling in their hearts. They were all clear-minded people. Even a fool couldn't build a Taoist foundation. Now that things had developed to this point, everyone somewhat understood what kind of force the fifth ring cultivators were. They could be very domineering. They could be very arrogant. They could be very bloody. They could have countless shortcomings, but they couldn't cover their most dazzling side. They were a super large cultivation force that ran rampant in the universe. They were not the so-called bandits that the Chaoguang cultivators spoke of. They were wretched, sinister, and would be exterminated sooner or later. They were very magnanimous and lived well. They were high-spirited and full of mettle. They were blessed by the heavenly Tao and were thriving. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to choose. Among the many foundation establishment cultivators, Chao Wendao from the lower head realm was also one of them, and he was a very special one. As a foundation establishment cultivator from the lower head realm, this group of people actually knew a little more than those from the other two realms. This was the benefit of being a little stronger. Among the people who had been ferried to the Chaoguang upper realm, they were the realm with the most people. Moreover, among the people who had been ferried, Cheng Huiyang had gone back to visit his hometown. Chao Wendao was a disciple of a sect. In this aspect, he was countless times better than individual cultivators. However, in the sect, he was one of the disciples with the lowest status. The reason why he could become a disciple of a sect was because his father was also a cultivator. He could be regarded as a small second-generation cultivator. However, not long after he had eaten his qi, his father died of an accident. Therefore, he had no one to rely on. His own talent and potential were very ordinary. This kind of situation made him very embarrassed. He couldn't bear being ostracized and left to be a poor but free individual cultivator. That future was almost destined to be hopeless. Stay in the sect and struggle? But he couldn't bear the disdain in the open and in the dark. To a person with ordinary ability but arrogant heart, this was worse than death. The change came from more than 10 years ago. Just when he really couldn't hold on anymore and wanted to smash the broken pot, something that could only happen in the legends of cultivation history happened to him. He discovered that his sea of consciousness had undergone a transformation, making him feel the call of fate. What was confidence? This was an extremely mysterious question. No one could perfectly explain the source of confidence. This kind of completely idealistic thing would always appear when people didn't expect it, and disappear when you deliberately wanted it to. Just like the energy of this shard of destiny in the sea of consciousness, it actually didn't help Lu Xiaoyi's cultivation at all. It was the same for Chao Wendao. But it would bring people confidence, incomparable confidence. Everyone was drunk, and I was the only one sober. I was the one and only heaven's chosen one. This kind of confidence came from nowhere, but it could fundamentally change a person's way of doing things. Chapter 167. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, a riceworm would not think this way. Therefore, he did not gain any confidence from the fragment of fate. Because he had seen more. In the void of the universe, countless fragments of fate were flying around. The big ones were intercepted, and only the smallest and most undetectable ones would successfully escape. But even so, there were still countless fragments of fate that escape. The path of fate may be amazing, but when it's scattered into countless fragments, how could Lu Xiaoyi, who had seen it all with his own eyes, gain any confidence from it? He may be the son of the path of fate, but he was also one of the countless illegitimate children. There was nothing special about it, nothing more. No matter what it was, no matter how great it was, when it was overflowing, it was worthless. This was the understanding of a riceworm, but people like Chao Wendao did not know this. He still thought that he was the only one in the world. It was precisely because he might become the only chosen one that Chao Wendao burst out with unimaginable potential in his cultivation. He calmly faced all the ridicule and disdain, treating all the injustice as a test from the heavens. Starving his skin and suffering his mind were just tests before his future soared. The power of this self-anesthetizing psychological suggestion was unparalleled. It successfully allowed him to grow from an ordinary chi-eating cultivator to a glorious foundation establishment cultivator. In the unanimous praise of the people in the sect, he did not think that this was his own ability, but the luck brought to him by fate. This kind of thing was really hard to explain. That fragment of fate did not bring any substantial help to him, but it completely changed his attitude towards cultivation. Therefore, who could say clearly between the gains and losses? He believed that his fate had changed, and no one could stop his future. In addition to his cultivation, he spent the most time studying how to strengthen the chasing fate in his sea of consciousness. He used all the methods he could think of course, including the special energy that Lu Xiaoyi had swallowed in his second uncle's mind. He swallowed a lot of this kind of spiritual energy and left it in the wilderness among the graves. Wherever there were supernatural incidents, he would go there. In the sect, he won a good reputation of being a righteous person. In fact, only he knew that he was only trying to strengthen his own fate. However, it was completely ineffective. The fortune chaser in his sea of consciousness could indeed devour foreign energy, but it would not absorb it after devouring it. Instead, it would transform it into something unknown. To put it simply, it was something that only ate and did not gain weight. This helplessness had accompanied him all the way until the flying boat ferried people, until the fifth ring gave birth to unexpected problems, until he discovered that there was another person in this world who was also a heaven's chosen one like he. This was unacceptable. When he saw that person, he finally understood how to strengthen chasing luck in his sea of consciousness. The only way to strengthen fate was to devour the same type of energy. In other words, he had to devour this chosen one's lucky streak in order to truly strengthen himself. That was what he thought, and he instinctively believed that the other party thought the same. There was no way he was wrong. His mind spun quickly. He knew that this was a very important choice in his life. There was no room for him to retreat. Was the selection of the fifth ring an opportunity? Of course. High-level cultivation, celestial bodies, unparalleled strength, and limitless direction towards the great Tao. Such an opportunity was brought to everyone by the destiny in his mind. It was precisely because he was in the foundation establishment group that such a change occurred. He was the main character, and the others were just side characters. He was the flower, and the others were the green leaves. Oh, maybe the other heaven's chosen one also played a role, but it was definitely not as important as his. Because he could clearly feel that his lucky streak was larger and heavier than the other parties. How could he obtain the other party's luck? If neither of them were selected and went to the Chaoguang realm, he did not think that he would have a chance. Because they were on different levels in the flying boat, it was impossible for them to come into contact. Once they arrived at the Chaoguang realm and were assigned to various sects, what would he do if the other party lived in seclusion? If both of them were selected, he would have a chance to come into contact with them on the black floating raft. However, he doubted that he could do anything under the watch of 6 upper-level Yuanian cultivators. He would probably be discovered before he could do anything, right? If one of them went to the fifth ring and the other to the Chaoguang realm, needless to say, they would not meet for at least a few hundred years. Therefore, he could only do it now, on this mortal planet. Only here was the only place to strengthen his fate. First, he had to join the fifth ring. Because only people as arrogant as them would not care about the vendettas of the Foundation establishment cultivators below. Instead, they would take advantage of this bloodthirsty nature. This was his judgment, and it was actually very accurate. Chow Wendao made a plan for his future, and it only took him a short time to think everything through. In this short period of time, 2 fifth ring cultivators had already chosen his group of Foundation establishment cultivators. Now, it was the third. He realized that he had to hurry up. If he could not join the 5th ring, all his plans would be meaningless. Even if he could kill the other Heaven's Chosen One, he would be executed by the Chaoguang realm. This was the style of the Chaoguang realm. The third Daoist was not a talkative person. He shrugged his shoulders, and a flying sword flew out from the rectangular object on his back. It was so fast that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Once the flying sword flew into the sky, it suddenly changed, splitting into a group of swords. Some were shaped like a dragon, some were shaped like a spear, and some were shaped like a tiger. It was ever-changing, and there was endless killing intent in its sharpness. After a few breaths, the sword light disappeared, and the Foundation establishment cultivators gasped in surprise. This Daoist was actually a rare swordsman. There was no swordsman in their low-level cultivation world, and there was no swordsman in the Chaoguang realm. However, this did not mean that they did not know about swordsmen. They knew that there was a fighting profession in the cultivation world that had the highest combat power. The sword light fell, and hundreds of people took a step forward. To them, although the swordsman's demonstration was simple, it was the most shocking. Which young man did not dream of becoming a sword immortal? The swordsman smiled slightly and picked 10 people from the crowd. He did not hesitate at all, but they did not know what he relied on to make his choice. No one dared to ask. Lu Xiaoyi and Chow Wendao were not chosen. Lu Xiaoyi did not step forward at all. He wanted to be a man who could move magic cannons. A mere flying sword could not take away his mind. What was so great about that? I changed the flying dagger into a flying sword for the same reason. Chow Wendao was not chosen. Although he was very arrogant and thought that he was the real main character, his potential was not very outstanding among the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators. This made people feel a little disappointed. This swordsman had eyes but could not see the value of gold and jade. The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators felt that they did not have many chances to choose the 4th and 5th fifth ring cultivators. They no longer cared about their reputation. Going to the 5th ring might not be a bad thing, and staying in Chaoguang might not have a bright future either. Thus, a scene of people fighting to be first appeared. It was no longer a question of who would step forward, but who would stay in the same place and pretend to be a fool. There was only one person, and that was the young master. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.